Welcome everyone to none other than the CBL 2025 EU Grand Final. It's a repeat of the group stages. It's Yeah Buddy up against Why So Serious. It's first against second, the way we always expected it to be. Just because me and Alpha already had an idea that this is the way it was going to have the rundown. And eventually we are right in predicting the case that this is the Grand Finals Alpha. And the way it's gone so far, yeah, buddy, have the better odds, the better chances. They've got the better amount of wins and not really dropped as many maps as the YSO Serious side have. But do you think they've learned along the way to get to this stage? What's needed to go on and win against that Yeah Buddy side?
Oh, I don't think so. I think yeah, but you will just still stay on top. I mean, it's
Such the optimistic.
it should be obvious that yeah, but he wins. But I would love to see why the series put up a fight and maybe even get the CBL champions this time around. I mean, we just want new CBL champions every single season because otherwise, or every single year, because otherwise, I think it will just get boring having yeah, but you win it twice, three times. I would not like to. I would expect it, but I would not like to. I would love to see Was a Series take this series. What do you think?
It would be good to see a mixed bag and change things up, but I don't think the strategies that Dunk will have under his belt are going to change things up too much. I feel like, well, yeah, buddy, roster is just looking too good and too strong and very much in the ascendancy going forward in this grand finals. And we're speaking about this grand finals. Let's get into what the bans and picks will be for this stage because this is the all important factor about how the games might actually fall into place. And on that screen, you're going to see, yeah, buddy, have picked to ban Healing Fjord. And why so serious? Picked Reginopolis. Once again, that's another one of their more serious matches they've decided to ban up against as Reginopolis after a really bad showing against Rough Justice on that one. However, Hidden City is the map pick that, yeah, buddy, has stuck with and has tried and true. It is definitely looking good for them to be able to get that map once again. And on the other hand, why so serious with White Elk Fort, who they have looked really good on in both attack and defense as well. So, yeah, a very interesting pick for both sides going forward into this alpha. And with these unit bans and picks, let's talk us through it and see why the reasoning behind these two selects have been picked up for both teams.
Yeah, buddy, going for two heavy infantry bands with the Spartans and the Iron Reapers, and also the Incendiary Archers band, because they love the Siphonarioi, the flames. You can see them also being picked by them. So those Incendiary Archers just raining fire from far away are just so dangerous for Yeah Buddy, because they have lost several sets of flames to those Incendiary Archers, and so they decided to ban them just right out of the game. And also two heavy infantries. I felt like Yabadi was liking their units like Paladins and also the Retin Pikemen. So banning those two units, I think that makes sense. And I wait a second, I'll just get to the other bands. Yeah, perfect. We are going straight into the game. Just for you to mention it, we got Varang, Lion Rock Shrew, and Siladas also banned. So also a bit range. And Siladas another infantry gone. And the Shitsteiners, the healing archers being picked. But let's just jump straight into the unit picks here in this specific game.
Yeah, well, both teams picking a lot of the green and blue tier units. We're seeing crossbows on the side of why so serious. A lot of blue archers, plus green cavalry, green lantern pikemen has been picked. Also on that yeah buddy side, obviously yeah buddy with the attacking side, so they're bringing them out early on. Maybe as a bait switch sort of anti-Sally out potentially just so they don't lose massive amount of numbers in terms of higher tier class units, which you don't want to be losing early on the stage. But it doesn't look like Wise Osiris on that defense are looking to do anything such like a Sally out or such like. But they have got Falconetti Gunners out and their Siphanari as well. So looking to take down these siege towers. And maybe with all the Cobrans, there's a chance to potentially take out some Trebs because that's normally a good opportunity if you're looking to defend A. But both these teams figured these strategies out already. Will they be looking to go and do that same again going forward?
I mean, with only one unit of Falconet here, I would also see the possibility to take down the traps, because otherwise I would have expected Wise Series to bring maybe two or three sets of Falconet here, as we have seen it last week in the EU matches, because then you can just take down every single tower every single time he tries to get to the city walls. But why is the series only taking one? I would say it's a really overcommit almost in artillery if you just spam all your arties, all your culverines for the towers, and only have one unit of falconity to support you.
Well, maybe it's because they know that, yeah, buddy, aren't the team to just let the time dwindle down until the very bitter end and wait for them siege towers to go down. What they'll do is they'll force their way up the wall with them lower tier units as they have done in the past and manage to get some foothold on the top of the wall and distract a lot of the defending units and heroes to make sure that the siege towers will make it. And you can see there is nothing being pushed on the front side of that city, but the other side you're going to see the smaller gate that's got a unit of was it woodcutters they're making their way towards the wall potentially, or yeah, woodcutters because it's not got that shield around it, so it's not my territory, which is
That's my
normally
territory.
is that my territory? I don't see the yellow shield around it. Normally you do, but maybe it is my territory. There we go. There you do now, because yeah, that's just how the visual works. You know, you have to be really up close and personal to see the yellow of that siege tower. The protection, the extra speed that it boosts helps it, but obviously not enough with many artillery fake focusing. Plus the Falconetti gunners doing their job to make sure that that will be taken out as well. And if Wyceris are clever about this, they can be really serious in terms of making sure that these siege towers make it almost to the wall before that final destruction shot goes in, so that you waste as much of that time as physically possible here for yeah, buddy, so that they're not going to get a lot of time on towards A. But that being said, I feel like they're still going to have a lot of time going on to it. I don't think BA will be defended too much in the grand scheme of things, but we're just having to wait to see if Maestro Sirius are going to put that artillery to good use throughout this siege rotations.
Oh yes, and I've just loved to see on the left hand side the left siege tower. It was almost destroyed, but the Watcher launcher from the defense just tried to kill those Martelatori, pushing the tower just to make sure those Martelatori will not stay alive forever. And somebody has to rotate new units there to push the siege tower. The defense didn't succeed to do so, so Martelatoris will stay in place. You can see it just already where the tower spawns, and then now pushing immediately again, trapped, trying to take down at least some artillery behind this building on the A point, and the gate is already breached. And units are grouping up in the gate, and that might be a quick push from Yeah Buddy.
Yeah, but he may be just trying to bait players down into that gateway, hoping an opportunity would come in. But there comes the Murmalones, the first one in the attack, looking to go towards that phalanx units. Instantaneously stunned, blocked, and pushed out of the way. The flames on the other side, though, are going to be trying to be dealt with here if Ho-Ho can do so. But the cavalry charge will come over the top. That'll be the end of Ho-Ho. But they only committed one unit into it, really, in the grand scheme of things. So, yeah, buddy, but it's distracted a lot of the YSO series players. And as you can see, there is a hero already on that wall. And that's a couple of heroes now on yeah, buddy's side, going up them ladders and getting their well self up on top, which then can go towards A. That's going to be the distraction they need to make sure siege towers can be pushed towards the wall. And if they can keep running around as long as possible, like that short sword is doing just that, there's two of them up there trying to make light work of these units. The Wooey are being stunned and taken to the floor from Kebab, but he will fall to natural, and that will be one of their hero lives out of the window. They do see Javimo though surviving and getting inside the city. There's already a cavalry inside the city. They've also gone through the gateway, and this is just absolutely chaotic from the get-go. What are we seeing here from Yeah Buddy? A completely different strategy. You've got the pikes on the wall on the left-hand side. You've got people pushing in through the gate. You've got heroes on their own on the right-hand side, and they're losing a couple of heroes, but overall they're getting their way towards that breaching that wall, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. That siege tower yet to make it, but will definitely make it in this time. Not much health being taken off of it, and yeah, buddy, will guarantee themselves the wall security and that siege tower mountain, which will give them that A zone and the extra time needed to go towards B.
Oh yes, I still love the defense from Wiser series there, where I think still patient enough in the gate to not push out too far, as we have just seen one unit of cavalry immediately stop as they ran almost outside into the phalanx. But then also all the units from Yeah Buddy trying to get into the city, they were dealt with pretty quickly, and I can see the unit count now kinda even. Maybe we can take a look at what exactly the unit count is up.
Oh,
And
oh my god.
oh, that still looks good for Yeah Buddy, with a lead of almost 200 tier 5 units, which are probably mostly failing, so not too serious. But then only 130 less tier 4 units and even in tier 3 and a bit less tier 2. So, and oh my goodness, a lot less tier 1. So even unit count is good for Yabadi at the moment.
Oh, yeah, but you've almost doubled up on the terms of tier 5 units, and that I feel like it already makes it look like a great stat to have if you're, yeah, buddy, not committing much, not using too many lower tier units in the grand scheme of the battle. Although it looks even, I mean, it's definitely more favored towards that, yeah, buddy, attacking side. And with the way that they've got these use of mortars outside that siege tower, both siege towers on the wall, why so serious? They've still got people up on that wall trying to defend it, which is surprising considering A is almost pretty much secured. There's only a few more seconds needed on it, and all it needs is one little sneaky hero to jump on top, bait more players over, hit into that trap, use their units, make sure there's no chance to get that defense on A, and also probably catch some players out and some units out because they're already so far pushed up. And mortar shots just spamming that stairwell. Absolutely fantastic placement and positioning coming in, having to make sure that the Wooey are swapped out back and forward between the men at arms. You can see the damage balls coming straight on top again. And now, yeah, buddy, make their way up this right-hand side siege tower. Knowing fine well, there's a chance for that pinch, but they've got trebs to start using. Either side of this will be good. There you go. One does come in, bait out that Imperial Shields from Winkrow, and look at that position of that treb. That is going to be bang in the middle of the units. But somehow, that first treb misses it, and everybody else pushes off, and now they all come to secure over towards a different strategy in defense here for Why So Serious than we're used to.
Oh yes, and I love their unit choice because you have a ton of Wooby just dealing massive damage to the shields of Yabadi. And then Yabadi, they don't have too many damage dealers. They have a ton of failings, but there are not too many damage dealers, so they will have to fight those Wooby very quickly here as they go in, and they have one shield in the back just to make sure they have the back line secured. But the Genji and the Kokus from the defense are good. You can see those Orochi are going in from behind. Two sets of Orochi and then the Wooby from the front side. The trap might still hurt them a lot with the reinforcements, but you can see just one after another unit of the high damage dealing units from Wise Series go into that blob, and right now they are still wiping Yabadi from the walls. Yabadi still really, really struggling. They only have their phalanxes with them, which don't deal too much damage. You can see it here. Beautiful defense from Wise Series, wiping Yabadi from the walls, even though they still were in trap open space.
Yep, in treb open space, but every single time that treb was coming in, the unit was already pushed past that point on where the treb is. That one, however, isn't, and that will be taken out. There is a unit, or a hero, sorry, in Dualblade Gurk looking around that supply point, trying to bait some players off of them and chase them around the city, so they've got the advantage of numbers up top. But as that trade went in, you've got 1,200 versus 938. Yes, they had a big, massive difference in tier 5 units, but this is a very aggressive defense from Why So Serious, and I'm really liking it because it's something different, and it's surely caught, well, yeah, buddy, off guard as they send cavalry outside Phalanx. So instantly brace, they'll deal with that unit of cavalry at least, and they'll still send units up that wall towards that A zone. Heroes starting to capture the zone, but as it comes out, more and more cavalry keeps coming out. Are we going to be able to secure this defense on A? 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to do it. If they win this trade in unit kills, why, yeah, buddy, are very much a difficult position to try and take A, because there's only heroes and a lower tier unit on that A zone, and they're yet to get up any of these siege towers properly.
Oh yes, Yabadi now trying to get up this middle siege tower with everything they got, but they get only a ton of failings. And you see already the flames from the defense shooting in, the Shenji throwing in, and that's massive devastation from those special units. Wubi now trying to clean up the rest. Flames are good in a great position, just shooting their fire into the tower. The maul is not breaking through, and the healing archers from below. Why the series, they have saved themselves the healing archers, and now the healing archers are doing an incredible job. You can see here, yeah, buddy, struggling to get any ground here, even though they have the trap. They just don't succeed at all. And now
Wow.
they are left with a bit of failings, and what we thought would be a great yeah buddy start with a lot of more units to start with. You can
Look
see
at
it
the
here. It's just,
trades.
that's just so devastating because yeah buddy and Why So Serious, they combined, they banned every single heavy infantry, but Why So Serious, they said we still bring damage dealing units with Wooby, with Orochi, and then have the tanks of the Paladins and Man at Arms. And yeah, but they didn't have it. You can see it. They are left with a ton of cavalry on the bottom. Only one unit of Phalanx, one Flame now in the tower. And the Flames, they will have a hard time shooting
Oh, the
up those
Orochi as
spears.
well. Look at that, just ripping right through that
Oh,
unit of Phalanx. The Flames are also their social heavy units will get dismantled. Everybody getting forced off of that siege tower. I have not seen such an aggressive defense of Oye ever. And Why So Serious are absolutely dominating this battlefield for now. 38 seconds, only about 4 seconds needed really to capture A as well. But the way that this is going, Why So Serious not looking to even get in to that A zone. They're sending their cavalry in through the gates, though. Are they going to try and disrupt players around it? Javamo and Keen Jade are very keen to get that A captured if they can, but with a unit deficit as it is, Why So Serious? No matter if they capture A, I feel like have that advantage going forward and very little time and chance to secure A. Why So Serious will take round number 1 in the blink of an eye. No A taken on Hidden City for a yeah buddy attack is something we can't say has happened a lot of times for sure. Why So Serious? Brawn First Blood have the advantage in this grand final. What a performance. Ripcats gets your MVP for his side. 125 unit kills, 3 hero kills, 184 unit kills for Robert. I swear I speak about Robert every single time we speak about Why So Serious. And Natural not far behind with 141 unit kills. And across the board, they're pretty even in terms of unit kills, hero kills as well. A lot of them picking up 3 kills to their name. Solid from them. Looking at yeah, buddy's side, the MVP goes to Babylon, 75 unit kills, but nobody over that 100 unit mark. And Heroes all matching up to 3. Nobody getting more than 3 in this battle. That is a very, very strange thing to see between two sides as strong as this, but a battle that looked very much one-sided onto Why So Serious's favour on that defense of Hidden City. Let's head it over to that post-battle analysis, and you can chat us through how the breakdown happened and what went wrong for yeah, buddy.
oh yeah, and I mean it's kinda clear here already. The first push, just massive wipe. I think it was to push through the gate. Yes, absolutely. It was to push through the gate. We didn't see too many units to really try to get in, but there was the Murmalones, the cavalry, and everything like that. And Why So Serious? They dealt with that really, really quickly. And then the second push, of course, the one up the siege tower and onto the wall. You can see it here, 500 units death in 1 minute. Why So Serious? Just wiping yeah buddy from the walls. The Phalanx not able to deal as much damage as needed to the Wooby and the Paladins. And those units, just incredible value. And then just going on Why So Serious, always staying on top. Even with the Cav Sally out into some Phalanx units, they managed to somehow stay on top in the unit trade. I mean, cavalry is a bit more expensive than Phalanx, but still, that's just incredible performance. And heroes killed. You can see it here, 14 only for yeah buddy, and we usually see it a bit more. Usually,
Oh, yeah. Normally, you see a little better performance from Yebari, a lot more organized as well. But the amount of phalanx units that they brought to the battle weren't going to deal the damage that they need. Great against cavalry, not so much against any infantry roaming around too much for the grand scheme of things, especially if you've got an abundance of it, but not enough damage dealers. And that is the case. The Flamers were working phenomenal on the side of Why So Serious, along with the combination of Senji's. It is the perfect spot. You always get that as well, but that's just unfortunate for them. The sally out as well from Why So Serious to make sure the units that were making their way towards that siege tower for the protection of yeah, buddy, were that devastated as well.
oh yes, and I think bringing Hidden City from yeah buddy was maybe not the right decision because of course it's they've played it a ton of times, and Why So Serious had so much video feeds and VODs to just see how exactly everybody wants to play it. And they brought something completely new, unseen, and I think they went for the bands, and that's just for the right bands, and that's just massive to defend the walls with those bands. No tier 5 heavy infantry. I would say Orochi could be one of them, but still not that strong as Reapers or Siladas, and then Wooby, they're just massive.
Yeah, massive difference in terms of the quality. Let's get it back to us. So before we go into map number two, well, round number two, we'll say it's the same map, but it is going to be reverse side. Who's going to be attacking? It's time. This time it's going to Why So Serious. That is how it will work. That's how we're going to expect now, with the advantage going for it. It is a Why So Serious opportunity now to take first blood and second blood against Yeah Buddy on the Yeah Buddy map pick, which is surprising to say the least. As you can see on screen as well, ladies and gentlemen. If you wish to join the giveaway, type 99 in chat for your chance to win 99 treaties. Also, there's a code at the top there as well. If you're EU, it's on my side. Actually, there we go. Just along the top there, we'll get it close. Type that in as well. Give yourself an extra one as well. Potentially a chance to have 100 treaties to your name going forward. So enter that now, and we'll all pick out the winner at random very soon, probably after the end of the EU battles are finished. In whether we go to map 5 or we really go to map 3, we'll wait and see. That is determined on what Why So Serious can bring to the table here on their attack. Potentially take 2-0 up, going into a third map with an opportunity on their own pick. Alpha, it's gone against the way you were expecting so far. You felt, yeah, but he's got an easy enough run, but they did manage to lose one map against Why So Serious before. I don't think they were expecting to lose it on the attack, though, side of things on Hidden City, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, in the first matchup between Yabadi and Wiser Series, we had also Wiser Series take the first round, and then Yabadi going for the, I think, 2-1 victory because it was still group stages, and we only had a best of 3, but still, Wiser Series going with a sneaky strategy in the first round, and then going for normal strategies after that and losing both other matches. So, Yabadi still not out. They have plenty more matches to play. We will see them in their own defense on Hidden City, which is usually very, very strong. But I think Wiser Series, they have also done their homework and probably brought a new strategy into this map because they know if they go for something Yabadi knows, that's just too easy.
Oh yeah, but I mean, this is the difference. Like you said, this is different from the group stage, right? There was no ban and picks; it was a best of three. That yeah, but he had the upper hand in that one going forward. However, the ban and picks is this working in Why So Serious' favor? Have they figured out what Yeah Buddy's strategies are keen and likely to be used, and therefore found the right ban and picks they counter exactly what Yeah Buddy are looking to do, especially on their own map pick as well. So that is a good way to work around it. They've definitely been doing their homework and studying their opposition because that is where it comes. The most important factor is who can change and adapt a whim, or whether it's just during their use of them FOD reviews. They're helping them go forward. We will be going into map number 2, though. It is going to be Why So Serious with the attack. Let's look at the units that they will be picking. Once again, Yeah Buddy in that defense, still picking a lot of that green units. I still, to this day, believe it's just too much. We don't need to see them. I feel like we've got 3 lives to pick 3 strong sort set of units and just go forward with it. The cavalry, the pikemen, yeah, they're great at certain things, but just please, just go for the higher tier units. Give yourself an advantage if you can. But working out on the other side, Buck's going to be picking them crossbow units once again. You're going to see once again Wooey taking full frontal there, and a couple of units of Ratchet Senji Grenadiers who worked out great for Why So Serious in their defense. Not bringing any Sifinari this time, though, in the attack, which is a surprise considering how they did use them pretty well in that defense.
Oh yes, and I see on Yabadi's side almost the exact same setup as we have seen them bring in the semifinals. So Wiser Series should be prepared for it. But looking towards Wiser Series, I don't see too many Wooey in there. I see, I think, 4 sets of Wooey and then 1 unit of Mirmalones. But where are your block breaking units? You need to break the blocks of all those units like Man at Arms and Paladins and the tier 4 shields on the side of the defense because you did great before. You brought a ton of Wooby and they just worked perfectly. But this time around, was it serious? Once again, I say they brought something completely new in the first round. And this time they're going for something more standard and common. And I feel like that could really hurt them because they just can't get rid of those heavy blocking units.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll wait and see because we've seen obviously Falconet is getting picked only once for Why So Serious in their defense. However, yeah, buddy. Yeah, picking a little bit more of that and bringing that to the fray straight away. They'll be looking to take down Siege Towers, and more than once they're hoping is the case going forward. But they try to do what, yeah, why so serious just to do there and make sure that they take out all of the opportunities. So that it's very difficult for them to get onto it. And even if they do, if they can hold off as well as why so serious did on that wall, considering there was Siege Towers mounted, I was pretty damn impressed of the way why so serious handled that opportunity. Very aggressive, very interesting strategy, and definitely something different than you expect. Yeah, buddy, though, have got a lot of knowledge in their back pocket. You've got Dunkel surely looking at ideas and changing things up as the game progresses. Falconet is focusing that right siege tower. You're going to have Falconet surely focusing straight down the middle ones too. And as we say, there you go. You see the cannonballs firing out, and that will be your opportunity to take down Siege. So we have got three full sets, like we did see last time in their defense, last time out when they were facing up against what was that? Hero Focus? No, it was leftovers last time out.
Yeah, exactly. And right now you can see already the siege towers falling down, and the first one is down to the ground already, and the second and third one are about to fall to those Falconetti in a few seconds. And right now, it's just going exactly as we've seen it in the last match. And I mean, yeah, but they are experienced enough to not let a single siege tower reach the wall. And you can see the units of Wiser Series just running around, not really sure what to do. And right now, I don't see a really an opportunity here for Wiser Series. You see ACA Buck trying to get on the walls, but no, he's just being dealt immediately with by the man-at-arms. And the Falconetti will destroy that siege tower, and the other one is about to fall as well.
Yeah, that's it. But Falconet are doing their job. It means they're not having to waste too much artillery at the get go for yeah, buddy. And if they do, and you're going to see, why so see this last time out, surely looking to try and take out these Falconetti gunners some way, somehow. And that was the boys trying to get on the wall. Buck was one of these players looking to try and get on, mount the wall, get down, probably to disrupt the Falconettis somewhere, at least one of the sets, because they will know fine well that they've got three full sets out targeting their Sage Towers. And the way, yeah, buddy, have managed their strategies. They've always managed to use the distraction method to make sure Siege Towers mounted. But why so serious be looking to do the same now that the first set of rotation of Siege Towers is done? There's a chance now they go back and going to that supply point. You see multiple heroes going backwards, looking, I assume, to go and find some more units or do something different. But they're all deciding to mount up on top of the Siege Tower. Interesting strategy, maybe potentially to find better trap spots to deal with the cannons and cavalry.
Oh yes, and you can see the gate is about to be breached. The units are going to the right side, about to climb the ladders. But yeah, buddy, they have a ton of tanky buckler shield units on top, so they will be able to deal with atomics, red and pikemen fairly easy here, as they are just leaving one ladder there just to farm that one ladder. And then in the backside, you can see also one ladder still there, so the units can climb up. But that's just one unit after another, and that's exactly how you want to beat. You want it to be, because then you just have to worry about that one ladder and not about something like, I think it's two there, but sometimes it can be up to four ladders, and that's just four ladders. Units climbing up, that's a lot more to deal with.
Yeah, definitely a lot more to deal with, but it's clever strategy, making sure there's only one up there. That way, you can take a unit out of the field and make it easier later on in the game if they do manage to get further into battle, and that might be the deciding amount of unit differences. There's a trap, hit the culverin perfectly well. Falconet is up. We're going to deal with that far sage tower, and you're going to see the near sage tower about to fall too. But surely, if the damage is that low, it's not that low yet. The heroes are still up top. They better start watching and paying attention to how low the health of that is. They don't want to be falling from the top ropes. Otherwise, that could be a very devastating position to be in. That being said, There's Ripcats doing some interesting work. Jumps off of the horse, off of the top of Seychelles, onto the wall. He's got two heroes elsewhere on the wall as well. They're looking to find these Falconettis. Cursed Andro looking to be the first one there. Javamil's units there, and he's chasing them down. His units will start to make the retreat. Cursed Andro trying to do the work to stop that unit. Ripcats is somewhere around the city as well, surely after going invisible as a Joe Blade. He's got two heroes to deal with at the same time. He's managed to take out some of the Falconettis. More and more Will always using that shield because he's a short sword. He's doing so good work to stay alive for a little bit longer. But Winkrope will eventually end his run. Where did Ripcats get to? Where did he manage to sneak off to? Is he still in the city? I think we've seen him
I think he
go
died
around. Did
before
he die as well? I couldn't
already.
keep track of that. Too busy watching that one chase down that Falconetti. But there we go. A good amount of damage done to that Falconetti, but that will slow them down and make it's a little bit longer to deal with that Sage Tower. Yeah, but he only got three pieces of artillery left to destroy the sieges as well. So, what the siege
But
towers. So hopefully that can help.
that one Culverine was really, really lucky to survive the trap. I've just seen a full trap miss the Culverine. And with that one, either a new trap is needed or we will see why the series used the mortars for it. But you can just see on top of the walls those short bows and the muskets just dealing with all the mortars from why the series they had 15 pieces of artillery deployed and I don't see a single one outside anymore.
No, I don't either, to be fair. Let's see where we're at here in terms of. Let's pull up the units as well, actually, just as well we're roaming around and nothing's really happening. See the difference. Why so serious with the higher amount of tier 5 and tier 4 going into this. 460 tier 2 units so far. Yeah, buddy. I mean, you could have switched that around and had an extra unit of tier 5, maybe an extra 2 sets, 3 sets of tier 5, I feel like that would be better or more beneficial than tier 2 units. But who am I to judge Dunkel's strategy and the reasoning behind these tier 2 units? Unless they manage to hold off this defense, I will shut my mouth closed completely with these Falconetti gunners. This is lower in amount, less amount of damage, as you can see. Not enough to deal with the damage. The artillery are going to keep that Sage Tower alive unless the muskets can do some work. They're going to have to jump the wall and get down below, or else that Sage Tower will mount another set of Falconets. Try set from the other direction, and it's not enough. No mercy. The first to meet onto that wall as that Sage Tower does mount on the right hand side. And now you see the retreating side. Yeah, buddy, you've wasted plenty of time. 3 minutes 46 left to defend it, but with this 8 capture being free, that will be adding extra minutes and more chance to get on towards B. But a good amount of time wasted considering the position we're in. Yeah, buddy, I'm sure aren't going to defend anywhere other than around B, that supply point and that gateway, and hope that the Why So Serious can't find a way in towards B.
Yeah, and all that just thanks to Cross Underborn taking down some of the Falconetti, making them run away and not able to shoot anymore, heal up, and then come back to defend this siege tower. And like that one, why the series is now in control of A and can look forward to B, as it seems like, yeah, but he has just brought a ton of Lancer cavalry and also
Into
a ton
Sarge.
of shields.
Yeah, winged hussars, lancer cavalry everywhere. There's lots of men at arms coming out, imperial shields, and then you're going to have a unit of Sifanari that has just been pulled from that supply point as they go to support that defense of B. Obviously, don't put your Sifanari too close to these mortar shots, or you will be losing that specialist unit far too early. Why so serious getting set up on this left hand side of the screen where we could see them getting that supply point as well. It's a musket v musket battle on the supply potentially about to happen, but there will be Ripcats, I'm sure, looking to try and support his musket, securing that supply point. Mobile heroes, that mortar shot will hit the Polex that was on B, but for now, nothing really making movement too much. Slowly, a wee bit, but surely have captured that supply point and making their way towards that with their units down that left hand side. And yeah, buddy, are actually moving a little bit back and looking to go round the other side on this defense. You've also got one other Joe Blade up on top on that wall with a unit coming up behind, maybe trying to come down Pinson. I'm assuming that's going to be Amia. It's either Amia or Girk. It's one of the two because they're always doing that work in the distance and in the background and elsewhere on the screen where we're not paying attention to too much. As Why So Serious push up the middle road, heading towards B. Hero's going to come on to the track and looking to find the spots in defense. Dunkies is the first one there with his Imperial shields, but no other units coming to support him. But that will be the bait. The mortar shot hits perfectly, stuns them all out. Now the heroes of Mass Flames pushing forward along with Salvador. The units of Murmalones, they're going to deal the devastating damage needed to kill out these Imperial shields. The flank coming in though from Yeah Buddy, looking to try and catch him off guard right down this middle track. Are they going to get themselves caught out? Are why so serious? Already prepped and prepared for it. It seems that way as the phalanx unit are starting to advance forward. Men at arms behind it, but there comes the winged hussars. No charge, no distance, not the damage needed. The phalanx will finish that off. The flames also getting burning up from both sides. And who is going to come on top? Sentry Grenadiers in the background are doing some good work from Why So Serious, but there you go. Donkey's units and his pikemen or kebab are right behind with Girk, all trying to do some extra information in back here as the Cav go straight into phalanx again. And yeah, I feel like that worked out well for Why So Serious so far, dealing with most of that pressure that came in from Yeah Buddy in both different directions, and also securing that supply point for a bit. Luther Ping distracting heroes over there and keeping secure that they can't support their unit trade back and forward.
Yeah, why the series also still down 6 to 6 heroes against the 14 from Yeah Buddy. But Yeah Buddy, their supply was blocked. So now the respawners from Why the series will come in a second. And there's just still plenty of failings on the point. These units of cavalry are just going straight to death. You can see Shenji throwing in from behind, and the respawners of Why the series are now coming in. Shenji is still in position, and they are not being dealt with. So all the failings from Yeah Buddy has to watch out. Cavalry once again being stopped here. Another unit of cavalry also into those pikes. Just the Ravnis and no mercies failings. Just amazing work here. Orochi, perfect stab against the cavalry. That's just more and more coming from Why the series, but so is the units from Yeah Buddy coming
How
here.
much
And
coming down middle
Wingcrow,
though? That's mental.
Wingcrow with a flank in the back. Phalanx is braced, and that's just so much phalanx from Rise of Series. And I feel like, yeah, buddy, their only damage dealing units are the cavalries. They only have shields, they have the phalanx, but they don't have too many damage dealers. But also, where are the damage dealers for Wiser Series? Falconetti now in position from Yeah Buddy, and they will just deal damage over time as long as they stay alive. And I don't see any chance to take them down very quickly, as Wiser Series is still trying to fight for that point.
Yeah, still trying to fight for the point. We're down to lower tier units coming out here from Javamo, but that's so he doesn't in it too much. They can throw them onto the point and secure it as long as possible. He knows it's only Senji Grenadiers in the back, but will be dealt with by the Amiya's men at arms. Yeah, buddy, holding out the defense on B. Another different strategy, but here comes the cavalry charge straight into brace phalanx. I'm sure plenty of it now coming out from Yeah, buddy. The defense is holding strong. We're in red. The time is ticking down. And why so serious? Need everything on this point and as much as possible, but not enough damage dealing units coming out. Phalanx units and Imperial shields aren't going to deal the devastation needed to force their way on towards B. 1 minute 12 time kick ticking down. Why so serious? Down to 7 hero lives, down to only 546 units, but it's pretty even in terms of units. The dagger axe coming from the flank side on towards the units, but not enough dealt with there because phalanx units are rare and ready for it. Brace, ready to go. And I feel like now with Why So Serious, it's the final last push. I have to throw everything at this bomb. It's literally a wall of shields and phalanx units. And can they deal with that damage numbers coming in? There comes the men at arms as well from Keen Jade. He's going to send that straight down the middle. Now bring the fight more towards Why So Serious, making it even more difficult to get towards B with 38 seconds left on the time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a 1-1 scenario, both holding out on a defense here in Hidden City. We're going to be going to map number 3, where we're going to see at least 2 rounds of that, maybe even the grasslands, the way that the momentum is going back and forward between the two sides. Yeah, buddy, looking strong now eventually, but look at how close it is in terms of units, both whittling them down to 300 units or less, as eventually by the time this time will be ticked down. Hero though counts definitely working in favor of Yeah Buddy, as they have the advantage 12 versus 4, and nobody is going to be able to get on to that B point. Atomic Jan just fighting for his life, but will eventually falter, and Yeah Buddy will take control of map number 2. Sexy Kebab, sexy amount of work from him. 183 unit kills. Solid amount of work done. Yet not far behind, 129 unit kills, but 4 hero kills. Babylon with 5 hero kills as well. A few players over 3, and someone 4 like Keen Jade with 105 units as well. And Too Lazy He's going to be the guy on double figures. The scimitar class finding 10 hero kills along the way. That is crazy amount of kills in terms of heroes. 94 unit kills as well. Derevni though gets the MVP, the short sword himself. 190 unit kills, lots of which definitely 50, over 50 or 60 of that almost are tier 2 units. So yeah, we take that away. Still over 130 maps. That's not so bad unit wise. And 129 for Don Salvador unit kills. Solid work from him. No major hero killers though, other than Mask Flames. He got more than one, and overall got four to his name. Nobody else in the team getting over one, which is surprising considering how that last defense went. Head over to that post battle analysis though. We'll be able to get this sorted.
And we can see here in the beginning some small skirmishes around the walls, but then when the push came in for the B point, you can just see it here. Everything in the middle onto B, and the fight was almost all the time even. And that's just massive. You can see a bit of a lead in the beginning, then yeah, but you're returning by the series again. And we weren't really able to figure out who will win it, but in the end, it just all came down to time and troops killed. You can take a look at that one. That's 1,280 from Yeah Buddy against the 1,100 and almost 70 from Wise Series. So very close to each other. Bit of a lead in the favor of Yeah Buddy, but in the end, it all came down the to the time.
Yep, time is a killer. If you're the attacking side, that is against you. Look at the difference in death. So that is crazy, phenomenal amount of killing and being done on that Yeah Buddy roster. Definitely a bigger change than it was on their attacking side. That being said, though, our giveaway winner, congratulations, Daddy Sig. You are our first giveaway winner. 99 treaties will be heading your way. Don't know what you have to do in chat, but I'm pretty sure we'll get back and send you the information needed to get that giveaway and put that into your treaties slot and give away your points. But that isn't over yet. We've got another set of 99 treaties to give away. Type it once again, ladies and gentlemen, 99 back into the chat for your chance to win 99 treaties to your name. Remember, the code up top as well is still there, but we are tied in this series. Why so serious? With a defense win. Yeah, buddy, with a defense win, we're heading to our next map, and it is the pick of Why So Serious. White Elk Fort is the next map up. Do you see Why So Serious holding out here and securing 2 wins on their map pick, or are we seeing a 1-1 going to that grasslands?
I can't really tell it. I mean, we have seen Wiser Series and Yeah, but just fight evenly across those two matches, and I just I have no idea how this will turn out. If Yabadi brings a new strat, we will see Yabadi win. If Wiser Series bring a new strat, they will probably win. Maybe not. I just can't really tell you. I would say we're going to grasslands, and I also have information for Daddy Zig, the winner of the first giveaway. You can just reach out to Bruder Ritter on the official Discord via Discord, and he will send you your award.
Speak to good old brother. He'll be giving you a good old code to put in. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, with it being the way that it is going, I feel like Grasslands is on the cards. I don't feel it going any other way in this grand final. I've already seen one this morning, and it was the APAC final, going all the way the distance. That stream actually lasted for almost 3 hours. It was crazy amount of time for 5 games. Like that's not going to be the case, but we're over 400 odd viewers here in chat, and I want you all to see as much Conquerors Blade action here in EU as possible. It is the grand final at the end of the day, and we want to see it going the distance to see who has the nerve and the ice in the veins to secure it on a grasslands finale. Obviously, one team that has more experience on that grasslands throughout this tournament is that Why So Serious side. So it could work in their favor if it goes that way because they've got a wee bit more experience. Yes, against different teams. However, yeah, buddy, we'll have strategies, I'm sure, and it'll be our first time to see it if it goes the distance that way. And it would just be a very fitting way to end the grand final once again. But with White Elk Fort starting off, what's the chances here? We got it going.
Yeah, and I think didn't we have a Grasslands versus from Yabadi and Wiser Series before? in the group
Maybe.
stages.
I thought it was a 3-1 with 2-1. It was in stages, wasn't it? It was group stage. Oh, yeah, it would have been grasslands, yeah, 'cause it was one map each, wasn't
Would
it?
have been
Best of 3.
Christmas.
Yeah,
I
yeah. I
just,
mean,
it's a long
different
time ago.
scenario, different scenario. There's no band picks, everything like that. Different scenario, right? That's not the same. We'll change things up. It's slightly different, but yeah, I mean, yeah, there was a. I forgot that was a best of 3 that way. It still went to thingy, the other map because there was only one map being played. So yeah, okay, that's fair. I'll take it right back. Shut my mouth and just get on with things as it goes. Um, you still feeling fancy? Yeah, buddy. Advantage now that they've got that win in their hands and it's back to a tied game.
I can't tell you. I really
There's
can't tell you. It's just one or the other, 50-50 shots, I would say, for both.
This is
But
defense alpha. This is you just sitting up here. Like, I don't, nah, nah. I'm kind of more that way. Actually, no, I'm going more that way because that's where, yeah, buddy, are situated just slightly, just slightly. That was a bit of a more dominating defense in comparison to why so serious, but obviously holding on an A is a grand old job. Hence the reason there was a big, massive difference in numbers. Make sure maybe you're spamming 99 in chat as well, ladies and gentlemen. After the next matchup, we will do begin that giveaway and let you know who goes on to win the second set. That'll be the last one of the EU side. There will be more coming your way over on NA as well, but also put that code up top as well in this grand finals. You're going to get yourself some a treaty to add to it as well. So potentially a chance to have 100 treaties today, or even more. If you, I don't know if you could win any Andy. I don't know how that works, but maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe just the same code, same server. It can all work surely, right? Let's go into the match though. White Elk Fort. Let's take it away, Alpha. Look at the unit picks and selections. What do you see? Surprisingly, anything changes that we don't expect?
I see on the side of why the series just Ripcat's doing, it feels like Amiya things, but I feel like Ripcat is also one of those dual blades just lurking around in the back, and he has 4 times cavalry with him, and then also Mask Flames with 2, and some others with 1 unit of cavalry, and then also just full tanky shields. And I feel like they are lacking damage dealing infantry. Once again, they have the failings, they have the shields, but they only have 4 sets of Ruby, and that's almost it.
Oh, interesting, interesting for sure. This is one of these maps where we have seen it being held easily on A. We also have seen absolute massive snowballs going for A, straight through from A all the way through without stopping, all gas, no brakes, straight through towards B. Also against the same opposition for the most part, where it's been not getting in the city and getting themselves through the city too quickly in the attack and in the defense. But we've seen that in the highlights as your buddy was one of the teams to be facing up against Malasangra here. And yes, why so serious ones as well, which was a very surprising pick from Malasangra. They weren't the best in terms of picking the same map twice against two very strong oppositions that clearly know their way around White Elk. That's where it's going to be interesting to see how this will pan out because both teams have got experience on this map and both know how to work at both attack and defense side of things. And obviously, 3 siege towers to deal with once again. Nobody tends to deal with the trebs on this map, which is interesting considering there is an opportunity for it. And there's a lot of trebable zones. But obviously, A, being in that position, it is very much unlikely that you're going to get a treb dealing with most of it. That being
You're
said, they are
saying,
dealing with the damage of the trebs.
yeah, you're saying they're not dealing with it, but I was like, where are those culverins facing? And it seems like they're just going for the traps. As you have said before, there are so many trappable spots, and you just called it out right before you even saw it. And I can already see the first trap being destroyed here in the back. Maybe we can have a look at the other side of the map as well to see the ones on the mountains. And yeah, exactly. You can see them go down as well. And that's just all of yeah buddies. Culverins already placed, and not a single piece of artillery left, and they are just trying to deal with every single trap. And at the moment I can't see too many traps left in the front.
No, I mean there isn't that many left in the front, and the front ones will be the ones that deal most of that damage because it's going to come straight through the easier, lower set of buildings, getting into that home point for sure. Problem with it as well, we've seen it last time around. Yeah, buddy, using their trebs perfectly well to hit people in the background just on towards that A push. And that means that's where they were targeting a lot of the higher tier units like the Senjis and the Flamers that were sitting there. And that's maybe what they're thinking. They've got that unit out, the Senji Grenadiers, for example, are out in the battlefield, and they've got Sufanari and they've got Zykulia Militia, all there ready to defend on that A zone, and that'll be why they've took out these trebs so that they can make sure they can keep that unit there without being in harm's way. but there will be plenty of mortars, at least to use from Why So Serious, as they will get the siege towers all mounted around this siege and around the fort. Now the opportunity will be go back, select the units you need for the push going forward. However, Hero is pushing up, trying to find some picks. Joeblade just dancing around on top of that siege tower, doing some god work, just baiting players out, using his pikemen. Going to send them up as well, straight into the glaive. Who will just deal with that along with Babylon. Kenji trying to pick up some extra numbers for his name.
Yeah, I mean, the defense doing once again what we have seen Yabadi do before. And one thing I would love to see why the series do now, and that is go up or go close to one of those towers, fake a push to the top, because Yabadi, they will try to defend it, and then just immediately rotate down, go through the breach and secure yourself the back supply point, because then the defense, they can't rotate as fast as you can, because they have to go down their stairs, they have to go a way further way than you have to. And with that one, you just have so much more opportunities inside of the city and don't have to worry about those defenses on top of the wall. And that's exactly what why the series is doing. They are going for the back supply point. They are not even faking something on top. They just have some mortars up there that will be probably used by yeah buddy if why the series decides to go straight for the A point. Oh my goodness, what?
Interesting
That's
strategy for sure. I like it.
that's really interesting.
Yeah, why so serious getting that back supply point here and looking to get their way towards A. Yeah, buddy, having to come back off of that wall to look to defend the streets. So a lot of land being used up here as why so serious are managing to get their way forward towards A. Going to go to that other supply point as well. If they capture that, yeah, buddy, you're in a sticky situation here. They've got you always to deal with up top as well. That'll be a battle the way into the Joe Blades. Up top have decided to stay away from it. They're not even focusing that musket because that's Amia and Girk with their cavalry looking to go on that flank. But we've got to keep an eye on that middle of that screen because you've seen Trebs being called in from Luther Ping. There's very little there to deal with that damage, but the Senji Grenadiers start the musket fire. There comes the healing archers as well in the back. Yeah, buddy, can they hold off this attack from Why So Serious? Or have Why So Serious got the momentum and shifted this quite quickly towards that A point? No mercy. Deal with the higher tier units. The Senji's in the back with that short sword, looking to do some God's work. That's what's needed from the top tier teams and the top tier players, making sure they pick off the specialized units. But the Senji's looking to stay alive. The grenades coming out. Why so serious units are dwindling. Their heroes are dwindling. They're down to 9. More units will be battled out of this as well. And they're down to 5. Make that 4 is what yeah buddy have managed to wipe the floor with the Why So Serious heroes and dealt with the units. A good defense. Army will eventually fall. The revenue falls though, and back and forward it goes. The heroes of Why So Serious will back off again, but the way that the unit trades have come out, why yeah buddy still have the favor in tier 5, only a little deficit in tier 4, but a massive swing in tier 2 again. But that's a very good trade out for yeah buddy. I feel like the whole flanks of them cavalry were doing exactly what they needed to do. Ami and Girk, just got to keep your eye on them at all costs. Like no matter what, if they disappear somewhere out of your sight, you got to be wondering where they are. They're going to be in your backside, and they're going to be trying to whittle down units as you make a push forward. And that's exactly what they did. However, there's heroes trying to mount up top. Ripcats does get away with that invisibility, jump backs out away, out of harm's reach, and make sure that he won't fall to the likes of Too Lazy, who was one of our top killers, or was the top killers with the double figures in the last map. But this time, it is looking good as a defense. You can see YSOC is all mustering up to go towards that breach side. Once again, looking to go towards that back supply, cap that, maybe go for the same route. Is Yebari going to deal with that again for the second set, or are they going to go up the siege tower instead?
I'm really not sure what the right decision for why the series would be right now. Probably just try it once again in the back, but it seems like, yeah, buddy, they are grouping up at the gate. So there might also be a possibility to just go up the walls here from the siege tower they are located right now and use maybe one hero below with the mortars to just keep them away. And right now it looks like why the series is going for the breach once again and towards that back supply point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but he had it figured out last time round. They've probably got a similar strategy to do it again. But why so serious? I've got 19 artillery pieces. yet to use. 9 trebs, but yeah, we've already seen them. Take out the majority of the trebs here. Yeah, buddy, doing great work to start off with making sure there's only like 1 or 2 of them available, and they're the farther reach ones. So they've got the angled ones to deal with that can do the damage, but they will go up that Sage Tower. Why so Series want to get ground up on top. But because there's very little trebs to do damage, yeah, buddy, you can actually think about potentially trying to go up and push him on this defense. So very much doubt they'll do it, but you can see Girk and Amia using the mortars of the attackers to deal the damage to the units up on top. And once again, this is just devastating. Like, you just can't let them do such work outside in your own ground. You can see Ripcat's surely trying to deal with them too, but he's got the cavalry unit. They're going to be dealt with by them Rat and Pike as well. And that will actually be working out well for Amia and Girk. Keep an eye on the top, though. The tread will come up. There's going to be Ripcats picked off by Amia. Who's going to falter? It will be Amia that falls first. Ripcats gets the kill. Ripcats, can he stay alive and kill Girk as well? Because that's the 2 players you've had to deal with. But no, Girk will win the battle of Joe Blades, and Ripcats wins that. But why so serious? Forcing our way now down on towards A. Have got a good serious hold here with their phalanx and their Imperial shields all set up along with Murmilon. Senji's in the back as well. Yeah, buddy, hold off this time. It's only 4 minutes to do another solid defense, and that will probably be the last chance hold if, yeah, buddy, can hold on to A here. Are they going to look to do it? Are they going to look for flanks? Because there's no Amia or Girk to worry about on that, like, further flank around from the back, from the outside spawn, and no mortars to deal with on your attacking side.
Look at this beautiful push from Wiser Series. They are just going in with 1 unit of Ruby just to make sure those tier 2 shields are out of the way. Oh, the Shenji
Genjis.
from the defense are going in, but the attack has 3 sets of Shenji, and it feels like the defense is only their failings there. Also, the flames in the back are trying to do as much as they can, but Shenji should throw in very soon from
Girk
Wiser
on the
Series.
mortar behind. Oh, it's a grape shot. Girk, Girk's using the grape
Once
shot behind
again,
again, and so is Hippie and Keen Jade. Oh, God. Devastating.
and the
It would be so
flank is coming in. Kirk and Keen Jada from the back, Ruby and Paladins. But the point is being pushed through, and the Shenji not throwing into the back. I would have loved to see them maybe just try to get damage
Oh,
towards the back. The cavalry
the
coming in
Yoko's
from
cavalry is
Mayoko.
going
And
to wipe the point. That is a great flank coming in. Yeah, buddy. Have got secure back on towards A. 3 minutes left, and the time is going dwindling against Why So Serious. They got some good caps, but they've lost loads of heroes once again. They're down to 5 left. 11 versus 5, 2 of them which on that supply point. They're going to have to keep an eye on that because they could potentially die as well. And I'm sure if you look at the unit stats and the hero stats, there's got to be multiple heroes on that Why So Serious roster that are down 2 lives already, can't afford to die. Maybe even some that have died 3 times from these pushes. Maybe not, though. It might be that close, but not so far away. And yeah, buddy, are just looking good on their defense. They've got it all sorted out. Let's scroll through and see if there's anybody on free. No, everybody seems to be on too. They've got one more final push, 510 units to do it, and 2 minutes and 24 seconds of full force straight through that middle gate, looking to get insecure and grab A in the near midst of time. Can't they do so? Or have yeah, buddy, got what it takes to hold off the final chance that Why So Serious have in this attack?
I don't know, we can see the Rattan Pikes just focusing, the cavalry just making sure that cav is not doing too much damage, the Phalings not bracing anymore as the cavalry is coming in. That's just massive damage from Yabadi towards Wiser Series once again. Phalings now brace, dealing with the cavalry, but being focused by the Shenji, and you can just see it on top, double the amount of units from Yabadi. Then on the side of Wiser Series, cavalry though is coming in, dealing massive damage. I can just see too many green units from Yabadi here. They will not hold on for long. Healing archers for Wiser Series are healing their own units, and I have no idea how this fight will turn out as the cavalry comes in.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, buddy, you're just forcing their lower tier units in to get a good trade out here to have the advantage in higher tier units. But the way that it's working is Senji Grenadiers from the back with that extra damage dealing. It is just helping, yeah, buddy, to win these fights. Nutella, one of the only team members with units left alive here. And inside that gate, the last unit are going to be the healing archers that have got nothing left to heal. The cavalry will come in for the final charge. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, buddy, will hold their defense on the White Elk Fort map, which was the selection choice here of Why So Serious, straight out into Phalanx, and they don't care. They're going to force their way through into that unit. Don't give a damn what it is or who it is. Let's force your way out. Let's kill every single hero out. Wipe Why So Serious off the board. One final member left alive is Ripcats, none other than that. And you're going to see why, yeah, buddy, making sure they wipe the floor with them in this defense and show their domination in the map. And a great one out of that. He only getting halfway secured with 32 seconds left on the clock. This will be the final hero dev going away. And yeah, you go have it. He is finished with. There's going to be a respawning player though. I'm surprised he came back in. Andrew was like, "Nah, you know what? Why not? Just go and give it a bash. We'll see what we could do." Unit wiped instantaneously. Carsandro going to go for a sneaky cap, but there's going to be Donkey's units just there, ready and waiting. And eventually he'll be like, "Okay, maybe I can't make it. I can't get that sneaky little sneak in there." As Amia Gurk combine, who's going to get the kill? It will be Gurk in the end. And yeah, buddy, will hold off in the defense. Another strong defense. And so far, defense has been winning these battles. Donkeys gets your MVP, 8 hero kills, 138 unit kills. Overall, Slayer in terms of units, but once again, killing the heroes is none other than too lazy. He is doing absolutely everything. Once again, 100 unit kills as well. But look at that. It's almost like 101 or 101. Like almost could have been just that if he didn't die. It would have been quite an interesting stat to look at. However, over on the Why So Serious side, No Mercy was the player to get the MVP. 83 unit kills, 1 hero kill. Ripcat's doing solid work though in killing heroes once again, 7 to his name, but nobody into triple figures when it comes to unit kills. A solid defense. Let's go and break it down, Alpha, as we will be going to map 3. And then we'll be seeing once again the defense switched around, and it'll be a Why So Serious hold on that defense against, yeah, buddy.
Yeah, and we can see here the first push just trying to go onto A very quickly from the outer breach, doing not too good from the side of Wiser series. And you can see it here, the first kills in the on the A point. Outside was Ripcats versus Amir and Gurk. He tried to just hold their own artillery as safe as long as possible before the second push came in. I thought the second push was quite good in the beginning. We can see here it wasn't, while the series was still losing more, and then they kind of traded fine in the end. But I think the loss from the first try onto A point was just too much to handle, and with this, yeah, but he took the victory.
Yeah, a solid one at that as well. Look at the difference in hero kills. Definitely the deciding factor once again. That's 2 maps in a row where they've had a massive devastation in terms of hero killing. And it definitely does help you going forward because the longer they have to respawn, the harder it becomes. The time is against you as attackers, and you have to use that time wisely. And it's not worked out for them in this attack. Why So Serious now have to hold a defense against Yeah Buddy to keep themselves in this tournament and in this grand final for their chance to take it to grasslands. Or Yeah Buddy gonna find the way in? Can they make their way into the city? Can they make their way into that A point and capture it and then push it towards that home base and look to finish off this grand final in style? We'll just have to wait and see. But that last giveaway, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than a fellow caster as well. Funny enough, lucky enough, has got the odds against it. Yasuru will be your winner of the giveaway. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the final one of EU. We'll be doing more later on when the N8 matches kick back up again. Make sure you do use the gift codes as well, though. If you haven't already, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to map number 4, White Oak Fort, for the second time. It's going to be a Why So Serious defense, and they're defending to stay in this final. Their chance for that $8,000 prize pool that is there for number 1 slot. I mean, a massive difference jump up from second spot where you're already guaranteed at least $5,000. Either way, you come in first or second. It's a good prize to be won. Also, some points to be given away, a few extra banners, such like as well, titles for runners up, etc., winners, titles, sovereigns as well. I mean, you're just getting spoiled here for winning and even being in the top 3 because if you came out earlier, the regional top 3 and 4, they got £1,000 for their team reward plus other rewards in the background as well. Approximately 3,400 sovereigns, thereabouts. I mean, plus extra titles as well. I mean, there's a lot to be given away here and a lot to be won on the line. A big difference of $3,000. So it is crazy to think that that is what it swings in the battle here. Yeah, but looking to secure it now, and Why So Serious having to win 2 maps on the bounce to win it. Who do you fancy now? Have you, after seeing White Oak there that time round, do you feel Why So Serious have kind of lost their momentum after map 1?
I'm going with Wiser Series right now because I think we have to favor one side more than the other. If you want to see grasslands, which I want to, I will just say this round, I see Wiser Series win, and then we go into a incredible, intense grasslands. So yeah, this time around I will stick with Wiser Series. And what do you think?
I would love it to be grasslands finals for sure. I would love to see that going away and going the distance once again, as we already seen it in APAC. I want every single one in the grand final to go to grasslands. I feel that it's only fitting that the two best teams in the regions go the distance and make sure it is tough for both sides. And everybody has to play at the top of their game to make sure they secure the win. And that's only going to be possible on a game like grasslands where either team has the opportunity to win it. And it is one of these coin flips. You just don't know. It's just about timing, the right luck of the draw, the right positioning to be in at the right time off the map. And yeah, that's not what you get when you're defending a siege. You've got a little bit easier and more control of what's going to happen and how the game's going to flow. Whereas on that defense and grasslands are even looking for points, you just don't know what's going to happen. They don't know where people are going to be, what their plan of strategy is. People waiting very late to get the second capture sometimes. I mean, you don't know how they're willing to play this and how they're looking to go and do it. So that's where I think a lot more strategy comes into the play when it goes to that grasslands. And it could well do that because West Series have been a strong defense in White Elk for sure. And it's just whether they do something different as well out of the box. Will they look for the treb destructions? Will they just look for siege destruction? Will they, I don't know, look to defend that supply point side of the breaches? We'll just have to wait and see because West Series, whatever they have to do, they have to go on and win this defense. And I'm sure they've got it planned up already. All about unit picks and potential chances to see what goes for them. Are there going to be trebs which were destructive for Yeah Buddy last time round in their attack? So I'm assuming they'll be looking to try and make use of them again.
Yeah, and I mean, Wiser Series, we have seen them defend on top of the walls with traps being there in the first defense on Hidden City, and I think they might try this one again as we are already in the lobby and we can see what those teams brought. And I would love to see on the Wiser Series side here what they bring. And I just see a similar setup once again, and it I don't feel like that's working out. It didn't the last time around. Why do you try it once again?
I mean, if it doesn't work once, just try and try and try again until eventually it maybe works and fits in, but maybe not. Maybe, I don't know, there's something there behind it. There's a reasoning we're seeing their picks, right? And I guess they'll maybe find a way to make use of it this time around. On the other side, though, why so serious? Very few and far between of green units. There's a couple of heroes where Lipcat's obviously he's doing what Amiet and Greg tend to do. That dual blade that will look to roam around the city and look outside, do what he can with cavalry, look to get some flanks in. That's what his plan is doing. Maybe Mass Flame's looking to kind of join him as well. But yeah, very few and far between when it comes to the tier 2 units. Drayton, no, has been subbed in for this battle with a musket. Get to see him on board as well. See what Dr. Drayton can do himself. And let's see if Yeah Buddy have the win in the attack here going into this to win. Cbl2025 is on the line here for both sides. You have to win it to win if you're Yeah Buddy. You have to win this if you want to stay for the chance to win it in this grand final. It's on the line on White Elk Fork. The difference of $3,000 is on the line. And who goes to get it? And we're going to wait and see in this beautiful map once again as we kick off into battle. I'm going to see an early treb for sure. And we're going to decide whether Master Series are looking to take out trebs or take out sieges or do something completely unorthodox. We'll just have to wait and see. They don't have units for sallying out, that's for sure, so we won't see that. But we'll see what their plan of action is as the map now commences. No early treb. I'll shut my mouth. See, wait, I tell you, Yeah Buddy just like to zip me up a little bit and shut me up because it never seems to work out. Every time I say something will happen that way, it won't work out. But it did last time, and this time their treb doesn't come out. So maybe not an early treb for a change.
Yeah, and also I feel like not really the type of defense of destroying the traps early because we still see 10 more pieces of artillery on the side of the defense. I feel like they are trying to aim for the right siege tower. At the moment, you can see it being slammed with the cannons. You see 2 pieces of artillery have been built on the stairs. On the minimap, it would be the left-hand stairs. You can see them in the middle of your screen, and they are aiming to the all the way right siege tower. Perfect, you can see them in the middle of your screen right now. And those two, they will take the siege tower you can see in your screen right now very quickly. And with that one, I'm not really sure what is the game plan for Wiser Series. What can you do here? As yeah, buddy, don't even try to push it.
No, not at all. Not even looking to push it whatsoever. Looking to push in the front ones and send a trap in to a unit of cavalry that is inside them city walls. Not going to deal any damage to them. Not going to really wonder too much, but that will be player of Ripcats just roaming around the inside side looking for an opportunity to take his cavalry out and maybe do some destruction if he can of his own. Be like Girk, be like Kamya. Do what they do best is Joe Blades is sneak around the back and then find opportunities not to be going and hard yet. And that breach is down, and that's the only one that's down so far because the siege tower on this right hand side is looking like it were about to mount and it's going to have an opportunity to get onto the wall, give yeah, buddy, an opportunity because the breach is down. There's only one way that the team of Why So Serious can come up and get them, and it's from that stairwell. So they're all secure nonetheless. 10 pieces of artillery in that defense and a full cup supplement here of artillery for yeah, buddy. Once they get onto that wall, they can use that wisely and to their own effect whenever they need to, not having to worry about too many directions for the most part.
Yeah, I'm still curious about the defensive strat from Wiser Series here. Building two Culverines to take down a tower that's not even being pushed, that feels just odd. When you're, when you're in the grand finals, you have to have a good game plan. And right now, I don't see any game plan here than hiding in a gate that will be probably destroyed in seconds by the Rochi of Yabadi. And then you're in big trouble because Yabadi, they can just build some artillery outside. You can see it already. The dual blade building one Culverine
Oh, look at
shooting
that.
in,
Who's that
and
on the walls with a mortar already trying to deal with? But the cannons that you said were built the culverin, sorry, dealt with that mortar instantaneously by two lazy's mortar placement. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe they were like, right, let that one mount on this right siege tower. Don't worry about it. And then we could just focus with the artillery on the other side stairwell and direct that straight towards the attacking side. But now there's going to be two towers mounted. You're going to get the chance to pinch if you are, yeah, buddy, onto Why So Serious and deal with the culverins that are on that stairwell relatively quickly as the short sword comes up. Deals with three heroes to worry about, though, and he's going to decide, right, I'll wait a wee bit time because there's no point in heading to an inevitable death if I am pinned down by that poleaxe. So they do that. Well, you see the cavalry coming in, the pikemen looking to get their way in from that breach side as well. And that is going to be the two Dual Blades doing some God's work once again, looking to try and pick off that cavalry of Ripcats. They won't manage to get it, but they will get that supply point and have an opportunity to take a different set of units here now and have to make Why So Serious rotate around. And you can see a lot of challenge coming up from heroes up top trying to deal with the Covenants, managed to get them out of the game on that side. So that means that, yeah, but he's free to put some mortars back up on that wall and not have to deal with any anti artillery at this moment in time.
yeah, I still don't see really the game plan for Wiser Series. They are trying to evade any traps and mortars at the moment. Those Woowie are in trouble, but not too much. Some more traps will come in, but those units should be relatively fine. The flank from the back is being met by Masked Flames, but he has to retreat immediately as the Orochi have stepped. But oh, now Ripcats goes in with the cavalry, and the Orochi, as I said before, they have stepped and now will be wiped. Amya, probably Gurk here, you can see it in the back. They have been wiped relatively easy and not really too much lost on the side of Wiser Series, but now the 13-man push from yeah, but he comes down the stairs and immediately onto the point. Those Mamolos have to get back a bit, and right now the flames of Yabadi are still hiding in the back, and they will be crucial as soon as they come to the fight,
There
which
goes
they
his
do.
Icalian militia. Balls thrown over the top. The grenades come in. Keendage comes in for the flank, but too lazy. He's going to have his woo way. And the men at arms coming in from behind now, trying to deal with them units on towards A. More shots being had over from mortars from the side of Why So Serious. And there is going to be Natural's unit getting hit by that treb. It looks like, or even mortar shots, wherever it is. But Why So Serious' defense is pushing them back out of this. It's pretty even in terms of unit kills and hero kills, but overall, it is a sea of blue, managing to take control back over A. unless they can manage to slowly whittle them down the units. This is extra damage that can be done. The Treb going to be called in straight on top of that point. Not sure how many of these cannon, these balls or shots will actually hit it. The cavalry charge comes straight through though. Cinetic sending his unit in. There comes that. Oh, well, there we go. That says, oh, it does hit, and it does hit some good ones. But Social Hippie has managed to come back in, and they're going to deal with the damage needed to secure this A point potentially if they can stay alive long enough. More heroes falling from Why So Serious. It's 10 versus 9. And now this battle is all about what this charge can come and do as well, and almost wipes out Robert's unit. But the one player that we've been speaking about every single time Why So Serious is involved is Robert. Actually, devastating is that Maul, finding lots of hero kills. But there we go. Girk will send more units in. That's going to be A point, almost taking ticks, but they're going to have to get off it. Are they going to get there secure quick enough? 12 versus 11. It's going to be trade back and forward. And Why So Serious are not giving up this A point.
Yeah, but the supply point, why the serious supply point is still in the hand of Yeah Buddy. It will be retaken right now. The cavalry is going in, the Orochi stabbing too late. And that's just controlled back in the hands of Wiser Sirius after letting it slip for around 20 seconds. Not too much of the A point being captured, still half to be held. And then still unit trade seems even, but maybe we can have a look at that one. And that's definitely in the favor of Wiser Series.
Yeah, definitely for tier 5 units, a little bit more in tier 4, but overall units as well. It doesn't look like it's going to be very easy for you, buddy. But they've got a halfway capture of A. And all it needs is a really good wipe on towards A. They'll secure that. They'll add extra minutes and they'll have a chance to secure home point potentially. But Why So Serious still have an opportunity in this. Let's pull up the unit deaths, like the hero kills and such like. See how many players have died out there because Why So Serious had a few more extra members. No Mercy on his last life. How many other members are going to be on their last life as well? Because No Mercy is one of these players you want to keep alive as long as possible. On the attacking side, there's a couple of heroes on 2 deaths. Girk, one of them, and you're going to have a few more so on the other side. Is there? Maybe not. It's pretty good, actually. Not so bad for Why So Serious. I thought a lot more died, but looks like it was only No Mercy to die twice. Everybody else dying a couple of times, but once at least. But a few on 0 lives, so they lost. So that's always a bonus. If you haven't yet lost a life, that means your respawn's a lot quicker. And you can get yourself back into the battle and support your team as early as you possibly can. Yeah, but you have opportunity. They've got time, but not so much. Only 4 minutes left to try and capture A. They start making their way down. Javamil leading the way from advantage and looking to get in towards that gateway with one set of shields. The other set of shields, Baltazar's got them in control, and Dunkies is looking as well to try and move units forward. It's going to be the opportunity to send that Treb in what was always a devastating spot so far. We've seen Yeah Buddy call this in, and look at the units that are all set there. There's the men at arms, there's the phalanx unit. That does take one big heavy shunt that forces them a little bit further back, which gives more room for Yeah Buddy to move forward. Yeah, Javabil does it. Curspad uses his unit to secure a little bit more on towards that point. Javabil is trying to go around the back of that unit, and that won't work out. But push comes in. This is where it needs to come now because there's not enough time on the clock for a push coming straight afterwards. They have to try and win this. The cavalry charge comes in straight down the middle, but the phalanx are already braced inside. That's going to be Clapper Dragon's unit dealt with relatively quickly. Who's going to win out on this? This is a close battle. I feel like this is still looking good for the defensive Why So Serious, though.
Oh yes, some more units are coming down from the stairs for Yeah Buddy right now. Too lazy and Gurk with 2 more sets of Orochi, but will they brace enough? Quick enough or stab quick enough? The first one does not, but Gurk now clearing the cavalry, evading onto the stairs as the second one comes in, trying to defend the Cocos, but with 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Wiser Series now in a massive unit lead, and they are now sallying out of the gate, and I can't see anything else than our grasslands coming for us in this grand final.
Yeah, you've even got heroes outside trying to capture that supply point, make it more difficult for Yeah Buddy. Their hero lives are down. Their unit deficit is massive, 100 extra here for tier 4, but a massive influx in tier 5 for Why So Serious. That is 214 units more just in tier 5 units, which is a crazy stat to be having. You take away the tier 2 there, that could have been a change of things for Yeah Buddy. They did get a halfway capture. It looked a little bit better in their attack in comparison to what Why So Serious brought to the table. But yet, they've still not secured A. We're in red. The ticker is starting to count down. Yeah, Buddy Have to put everything on the line here. You've lost either way if you don't go pushing it. So push it now. Get in there. Try and see what you can do. Can you cap it in this next minute? That is the question that will be had. Cinetic sends a trebuchet in. That's going to be in a good spot, but is it going to be able to make the damage it needs to stop any of them phalanx units coming in? That building will take control of the majority of that side, but the rest of the ones coming in do deal some damage. The A point starting to be captured to push the shield wall up quickly enough. Is it going to be set ready? The flames dealing the damage, leaving it till the last minute. Yeah, buddy, are one of the teams that are really, really good at doing so. Can they win the trades in these units? Can they get secure of A? Or is this going to go down to the time? Or why so serious going to hold out on the defense and take this to the grasslands for the decider? It looks like all but yeah, buddy's favor is slowly but surely losing out. Social Hippie and King Jade in the back, though, with another unit of cavalry coming in, unit of Rotten Shields, not going to do so much damage overall in comparison to the units that Why So Serious have out. Hamia, there we go. He's got some good dagger axe usage there, but it's not enough to wipe all of the heroes and units. 8 versus 10. Yeah, buddy, at the deficit. Can they win the trades? Because it looks like all the units here that remain are Why So Serious, and it's just going to be too lazy Yamia and Social Hippie fighting to stay alive in this battle. The stun comes out for Derevni on that cavalry. That's crucial to hold off that A point. Eventually, the final bits of cav will get traded back and forward. 21 seconds left on the clock. This is leaving it really last minute if they manage to do it now. But there we go. That's a chance. Can they do it in 15 seconds? Is it going to be clear? No Mercy staying alive. The short swords could keep themselves in this battle. Cursed Andrew comes on as a long sword. The cavalry there's there. Not enough time. That is it. Ladies and gentlemen,
That
5
is it.
seconds left. Why so serious? Take it to grasslands for a very interesting decider. We've seen it already before between these two sides. But yeah, buddy, just couldn't find the answer to get on towards A and secure it. Now you have Atomic Jan, your MVP this time round, 78 unit kills, 3 hero kills, 104 unit kills for Amya, 104 for Social Hippie, plus 5 hero kills from him, but none of that was enough. Girk only finding 4 hero kills this time round as well. On the other side, though, Cursed Andrew doing some great work. Loads of assists being played into the factor of this MVP's performance. It is 66 unit kills, 2 hero kills. But Curse Fly finding 6 hero kills, and none other than Ripcats on double figures. A massive 10 hero kills. Robert, once again, 116 unit kills. Derevni, as well, fantastic effort with 139 unit kills. And Curse Fly with 178. Just to name a few. Take it to the victory, take it to the grasslands finale. Let's take it through that post-battle analysis for the last time in a Sage match here, as we will be going to a grasslands field battle where it is all on the line for the EU champions of CBL 2025.
Oh yes, and you can see it here. Almost only fights on that A point. We have seen Gurk and Amir trying to flank several times in the back, but I felt like Wiser Series was doing perfect that day. Just baited out the Orochi stab in the first time, and then I think they went with 4 sets of cavalry to that back in the second time Gurk tried it. And with that one, just shutting down the flanks from Yabadi completely. You can also see some kills on the left side at the breach as Yabadi in the second push was able to capture the supply point of Wiser Series, but still not enough. And then just the second fight on the point. Yabadi losing the double amount of units on A, then Wiser Series lost. That was just game done. And GG's. Wiser Series really stepping up here and forcing that match into grasslands.
Yeah, exactly. A well forced matchup, definitely needed for a fantastic finale here for the EU Championship. Reigning champions are up against it at the moment. The momentum now shifted a little bit slightly to Why So Serious, but it was a defense in both sets of the defenses on both maps working out perfectly well. There's no defending on grasslands though. It is literally all attack to win. You have to try and find some opportunities. You have to make sure you've either got 2 areas secured, you've got any percentage taken off on the other side, or you are going to be losing that battle. Make sure you get there early. Maybe try and find an opportunity to sneakily cap, which we've got plenty of dual blades in this matchup between the two sides that will be looking to do just that. Amia, Gurk, and Ripcats across the names that you will see roaming around the back with cavalry, looking for an opportunity to sneakily capture some percentage, which any percentage is good percentage taken off. That could be the deciding factor. Or you get too cocky and you go further forward and try to take too much away from the opposition that you open yourself up to either a triple cap or your home base being secured quicker. Who's going to have this opportunity? Do we have anything on the line? Do you feel Why So Serious now have this? And this, considering before going into this, you felt Why So Serious were taking this match to the grand final and taking it to that grasslands. Do you feel like they've got the effort, the opportunity now to try and win this away from you, buddy?
As I want to see a new CBL champion, I would say Wise Series will take it. I can't really say. If they do so, both teams, they just filled on point today. And I mean, it will probably get really close because I mean, we may see a early capture and then one team going into the defense. I mean, there's no real defense on grasslands, but you can get percentage first from your enemy space, and then you can just sit on your endpoint and the 1 point you decide to hold with that. And I feel like that might be also a case to see another kind of defense on one of those two.
Yeah, I definitely feel like we need to see something interesting. We've seen very, very strange matches being played out here. Unit picks will be obviously devastating differences here. Please don't pick green units. Please, please, please. It's not been working. I don't feel like it does. I don't know if it's doing enough damage. It's just baits. It's just time wasted, and it's a lot of unit time that you're moving around the map just with a terrible unit they can't really do very much. I feel like you just want to be bringing these higher tier units, get the good cavalry out, use them, maybe even use a couple of green cavalry, right? Just to bait players around the map. But that's it. Don't be bringing these pikemen. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see rat and pike shields. I don't want to see rat and pikemen. I don't want to see anything other than green cavalry. Use that and that's it. Everybody else bring good units. Please, let's see the best battle we can get here in this EU Grand Final. Who's going to have the opportunity? Who's got the ice in the veins to secure that victory? Remember, it's a difference in $3,000 on the line for this battle, and it's one battle to end it all. Who will take that victory? Who will be crowned CBL 2020 champions? And they don't get a cup, I'm afraid, but this is the reminder. Yeah, but he already have secured one of these before. Can he go on and do it again? Or Why So Serious going to get the winner's title here in CBL 2025 for the first time and show them that they still have what it takes to take it away from what is probably one of the better sides in the whole Conqueror's Blade scene over on EU, at least anyway. Their one of the best players and best set of teams to be coming up against, and it's definitely put on a massive show and a great show here in this grand finals. Chat, where are you heading at? Where's your head at? Who's got this? Who's going to win it? It's no capital fight. It's no Conqueror City. This is Grasslands, and this is the CBL 2025 Grand Finals. Who's got it, chat? Let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. I will check the chat in 3 minutes after the date just to see who the chat is
Like waiting.
favoring. Yeah,
That's
we
the
we
worst
have to
part.
wait for that one.
Yeah, that is the
Sadly.
worst part. I'm like, right, what are we saying, chat? And then I'm like, right. What time is it? Count down that time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see it come up on our screen shortly as we obviously set up for that final matchup. Do you see any changes? Do you see the green units that I mentioned? Do you think they'll bring them into that battle?
Not too many, but I think we will see some rat and pikemen just to make sure they go into some maybe flank positions and deal their poison, spread it with I think 4 meters range now after their latest buff. And with that one, just for example, negotiate any damage the phalanx deals, or just slowly bleed the shields to the death. And I think we will see probably more on the side of Yabadi, but still like 5 to 10 of those green units. Maybe also some green cavalry, as you've mentioned before. Like they're all doing great in killing heroes. And one unit I would love to see is maybe Outriders or the Raider Pistoliers, just to have one unit of a bit more range with you and speed.
Yeah, well, that being said, in the APAC side of things in the grand final, they brought out the Javelin Cav and they also had Chevaliers, which we haven't really seen being a pick here on the EU side of things. However, it would be interesting to see a change, but we're not going to see them here. Yanidel being picked for both sides at this point in time. I feel like, oh, actually, no, maybe not. Yeah, buddy, have got one, but why is the series not to pick a Yan Yadel? They do have plenty of cavalry, though. Hussars, Senjis as well being brought into Orochi, Phalanx as expected. You've got some Merlins in there, and you've even got some Queen's Knights in there for some extra damage numbers, and that help along with the 2 units of crossbow for why so serious. You're not seeing any of the crossbows on the other side. You are seeing camos though, which will be looking to defend that home point, I'm sure. But yeah, definitely a lot less. Well, I was going to say a lot less green, but really a lot more green, but a lot more cavalry, at least of green rather than the pikemen, which is better to see. I prefer seeing the cavalry over the rat and pike, although I'm sure they do have a good use at times. But I feel like in this one, we want to see these better units taking the battle and securing their points. Who's going to get the better side? Who's going to get the 2 points early on? And if you've got it, can you hold out and sustain that till the end? Yeah, buddy. On this side, and red, they're looking to try and get 2 captures, which is the furthest away points, A and C. Not looking to defend B, and not looking to go towards B, which is very different strategy for sure. Give the way B, that's fine, but you've got a longer rotation to defend both of these points.
Oh yeah, and we can see B point now being captured, A point being dropped from Wiser Series, but that is crucial. Now, yeah, buddy, I think have a bit of a lead rotation-wise here, because they have now 2 points, of course, and they will look for that supply point of Wiser Series on the left-hand side of the screen. They already do so. Phalanx will be there to stop maybe some of the companion calves, but you can see it here, just full-on cavalry play for that supply point and potentially even the endpoint, because there is nobody from Wiser Series on that endpoint. Now you can see it on the minimap, one of them managed to get there. The cavalry of Yabadi is being stopped by the Phalanx, and the
Oh, the
Shenji are
flames!
in
They're
position, but
burning! They're
oh, the
burning!
flames.
Black will foul to it as well. To Lizzie's unit, they're dealing so much damage with the flames, but
But the
there's going to be
Shenji,
cover.
oh, Shenji's responding here very quickly. Flames though still in position. Oh, cursed pad with the ultimate into the flames, but still they are there, and that seems like, yeah, but he's just taking full control of this fight. The
Oh,
cavalry goes
100%.
in. Ah, that's massive.
They've dealt with plenty of heroes as well. 6 will fall on the YSO series side. They're going to gain superiority on that supply point and looking to do the chance. Social Hippie in the back towards that home point is just being a distraction. Will they also try to take Robert off of that point? The boy has been phenomenal throughout. He's been one of his standout players for his side, and he stayed alive for long enough for his support to come in. But Kirstander sends the cavalry in over the supply point straight to inevitable death, I'm sure. But at least the delay, so supply point isn't lost. You're going to have on the other side, though, Ripcats, the Dual Blade, trying to get towards the A side, but not going to work out. I say that's C side, isn't it, over there? But yeah, either way, that's what they're looking to do. A side not being secured, B side, C is secure so far. So looking good still if you're yeah buddy, and nobody moving from that B zone, not wanting to give it up just in case they free cap it, because free cap will also mean that percentage goes down. Looking on that minimap, though, supply point is definitely insecure of yeah buddy. They've got the favored side, they've got the favored opportunity, they've got the amount of numbers, and they've killed a lot of the heroes on the opposition. And why so serious are looking to try and gain back that supply point. If they keep doing it, though, they're going to keep losing lives, and Sani will be the next one to fall to Too Lazy's unit. And now going straight through with their base in danger, ICC is going to have a breakthrough opportunity to try and get to one of these zones.
Some more Orochi here staying alive, though dealing massive damage to them, and now another unit of cavalry coming for the flank. So this side is fine. The phalanx of Yabadi will be dealt with also pretty quickly. You can just see them fly around from the Spartan kick. It's just ridiculous how far this kick kicks units and heroes away. And right now, I think B point is still safe, but the supply point is also in a fight, and the B point will be reinforced with some more units from Yabadi. The phalanx from Balthasar are going in, and there's nothing left on
That's
that
it.
point. That
That's it. They've
could
only
be
got 2 heroes to deal with. And can he get him out? Cursandro being one alongside to deal with. If he can get him out of the way, Natural's already taken up by 2 Joe Blades dealing with him. That's going to be Ripcats out of the battle for now. But then you've got Cursandro staying alive still. The short sword gets onto the point. Remember, if they capture this, this is extra time, and that's going to be percentage taken. Is there any other opportunities here? Yeah, buddy, going to wipe the floor. Carsandro will fall. Guess what? B is about to be capped. That means percentage loss going the way of Why So Serious with a forward momentum shift straight to Yeah, buddy. Free zones secure. Instantly down will start ticking down, and it will go down very, very quickly. And they're holding that supply point perfectly well. They've got the advantage in numbers, higher tier 5 units, higher tier 4 units. Yes, there's still plenty of them tier 2 units that I despise seeing in the battlefield, but at this point in time, Why So Serious have pretty much been well and truly knocked out of this battle in some fine, quick fashion from Yeah Buddy. Free zones captured is not what you see a lot of the time, and they've now just forcing their way off of that supply point straight into more Why So Serious. I feel like this is an inevitable win. If Why So Serious turn this around somehow, it'd be very surprising. Looking to try and come around that rock, but there's too many units on this side. Cavalry charges trying to come in from the other side, but there comes the charge coming in. And there's plenty of cavalry. There, Gripcats and Buck looking to go up towards C. All the rest of Why So Serious forcing out, but that might leave that home point open again. And even if they do capture one of them zones, home point is literally there right for them. And that is going to be ripe for the picking. Imagine they start securing this as well. One hero down, done. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to even start talking anymore. It's a waste of voice. We know where this is going. Yeah, buddy. Roman round 3. Not care in the world. 5% left. We're going to count down. We're going to have loads of time on our clock. And Why So Serious just got absolutely wiped. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how a Grasslands is secured in fine fashion. Too lazy MVP. He's been deserving it all series. 10 hero kills, 100 in unit kills. And that has been phenomenal. 130 kills as well for Babylon. 6 Kebab, 103. And if you pull out a strategy in the grand final with that ice, you have that opportunity to do just that. Dunko has it all in the bag, has it all secured, doesn't have to worry too much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the full secure, and our champions, reigning champions, winning once again. All of a sudden, we got a little bit of an issue in the stream by the looks of things, and you're all missing out on it. I don't know what's happened, but we'll get back to it hopefully quickly if that will be seen. And there we go. With that being happened, that was pretty much all true. Crystal, are you still here for controlling this screen, or is all gone Pete Tong? There we go. No mercy. We have 109 unit kills on that defense. Curse Fly with 4 hero kills. But ladies and gentlemen, that was it. It was over in probably the quickest I've ever seen a Grasslands be surprised, especially considering this is top 2 teams in the EU side of things. Yeah, buddy, pulled out the strategy that worked and absolutely annihilated them. Go to post battle analysis alpha for the final time here in EU. Talk us through the devastation.
Yeah, and you can see it here. First push on that from that A point towards the supply was a win for Yeah Buddy. Not too much. I thought they wiped Why So Serious a bit better, but in the end that was enough. Then also the fight for the B point and the supply at the same time was even in trades, but it feels like Yeah Buddy, they just brought a bit more units in the beginning and they managed to always stay on top. And I mean, in the end, didn't even come down to everything killed from Why So Serious, but it was just enough to make all the 3 points and then also start capping the endpoint. So Why So Serious, they just didn't manage to get their units quick enough to the point. And then you can see it just in the last minute. Also, a lot more units lost from Why So Serious.
Yeah, triple the hero kills as well. It's phenomenal. Yeah, buddy. I've not seen it happen in what 5 minutes it took to deal the devastation and the destruction that was had. What a round. What a best of 5 we had on our hands, but a very, very, very one-sided affair here in Grasslands. What a way to go and do it. We managed to peak a vast, massive amount of numbers as well in terms of viewership for watching that finale. It is so phenomenal to see EU still reigning champions go the way of none other than Yet, buddy. Congratulations. Get that victory drink and enjoy your winnings when it comes. Whenever that may be, you'll get your reward, your money, and you'll be happy to have taken that prize pool and the winnings takings of $8,000. Not too bad though. If you're Why So Serious, you do lose out, but you still get 5,000 for the team and some winners, runners up medals here as well. So well done for you. A great battle to be had. Took them to the edge and to the last battle where, yeah, you didn't really show very much in your hand. It just didn't work out for you. Yeah, buddy had the strategy sorted out, went with it quickly, and just followed through all the way to the inevitable end. 5 minutes was not how I expected that to go, Alpha. I'm pretty sure you weren't expected to go that quickly either. And I can't say I wasn't entertained, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a insane grasslands. Yeah, buddy, they had a phenomenal game plan going from the hill down already to the supply point. And I felt like was a series in that position, if spawns would have been the other way around. I think it's fixed already, so everyone knows where he spawns. But it feels like going for that strategy from the other side is a bit harder, but still, you can do the same. So not really too much of a difference in spawns on grasslands, but I think it's a bit easier on that side. But yeah, buddy, they just pulled it off perfectly, and I just love to see them go for that supply point because by the series they had to defend it, but the flames, just bringing flames to a field match, that's crucial. And by the series they had the Shenji, but the Shenji weren't able to find those flames. So that's just in the end enough.
Yep, and that's what it was. The Flames to end the day, and you know what? A very good ANC plan of action. I mean, different than what we're used to. Normally, it being one of the other zones is what you take, but you change things up. You throw them a spanner in the works. You make the opposition second guess, and the pace that they were moving at, there was no slowing them down. There was no way to deal with that Sifonari dealing so much damage, and there's just so many players and heroes to deal with. They didn't pull off of B just in case they lost B, and then eventually that ended up happening anyway because the position of where they were from that supply point, they were close towards B. They were able to get new units go straight towards B and constantly reinforce it. Always has the attack win out, but GG in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, buddy, are your EU champions. And we will see you after the break as we will be coming up with the last coat versus the Zodiacs. And it's going to be another phenomenal grand finals here in AMS. And this time we'll be bringing Yasuru into the fray as well. And we will see you on the other side. Enjoy the break and go and get yourself something to eat, more refreshments for what's going to be another fantastic grand final. See you after the break. Catch up if you can, he says, and that's the plan going forward here. The last Cope versus the Zodiacs. Who's going to come out on top in this AMS Grand Final? All on the line now, and this is going to be our final set of series here in CBL 2025, at least when it comes to the regional playoffs. Joined this time round to Yasuru on my, well, on the screen left and on my screen right. Alpha Nitro back again. You two guys will be casting over the matches, but as the games and battles will unfold, I'll keep an eye on the lookout of what's going on. We'll break things down in analysis and we'll make sure we can get as much information traded back and forward as possible. But let's speak about the two teams to start with. Yasuru, who are you backing and what reasoning do you have behind it?
I'm gonna go Return of the Cope 3-1 here. I think that the shot caller and team leader from Return of the Cope, Maximus, he's able to just throw a strat completely out of the window if another team is interfering too much, and he'll make a new one on the fly, and then just the entire team is always behind him. They typically, if they hear him change up the call, you'll see it's just ape strong together. They'll turn on a dime, and all 15 players are just like ooga booga going that way. Um, Zodiacs, I know they have some good players, and I know they have like good strategies as well. I know they've been scrimming like Yeah Buddy and some other teams this week. Um, but I just don't think their like macro play is going to be enough to keep up with Return of the.
Oh, interesting you say that. With they're trying to cope, actually looking like the solid team there, yet to drop anything in group stages, and yet they had a good one. But going over the bans and picks, which could be crucial going into it. Healing Fjord being banned here from Healing Fjord, and Zodiacs banning out Dasio Fort will be seen here. Harbour City and Curate Castle. Alpha, we spoke about it at the start there. With team these two picks, we know that Zodiacs favour Curate Castle and Harbour City for Cope for a reason. Do you feel out of these two teams, which is the better side for both these maps? You feel like they picked the right ones for them to win them, or do you think there's going to be a one-sided affair once again as well, as Yusuru said?
I don't know, but let's speak over that in the unit screen because I know the game is already starting. I will say 3-2 for Zodiacs this time because I know the captain too nice and he was just very nice. And I like him. So I would say 3-2. I can't really say who of them is the better one. But the one thing you can already see here, and you have seen in the picks and bans, Spartans are not banned. And you can just see Cope bringing 14 Spartans in the setup. Yuzuru, what's going on here?
I think they're just trying to prove a point right here in this first one. They're gonna prove that like, hey, Spartans are overpowered. They should always be banned. If you're gonna leave them unbanned, we're gonna play them and shove them down your throat. That kind of thing. I know Return of the Cope doesn't like the unit like that much. They think it's kind of broken in this state of meta. We did see Zodiacs bring quite a few Reapers, so maybe that'll help them out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Spartans don't have a ton of damage, but they have enough. And I think Return of the Cope is just going to play around Spartans and their specialty play and just try to prove a point.
Yeah, I would also expect that. I mean, Spartans, they have enough damage to wipe full units of Phalanx. Of course, Phalanx will try to move backwards and try to survive Spartans as long as possible, but I think in the end, Spartans will always come out on top against Phalanx, for example, and against every single other melee infantry as well. But we were seeing here a quick push from Return of the Cope to that side gate already with a ton of Spartans and Phalanx in the lineup. And I think the main focus should be for those players to get rid of the enemy's Phalanx, the enemy's anti-cav, and then try to just wipe the Spartans with your cavalry, because that's what feels like the only unit that can really deal with it. As I can see, like I think 8 or 9 sets of Spartans already here.
Yeah, I think what Return of the Cope is going to do here, they're just going to trap Zodiacs up on the wall. They're going to come into the city, take both supplies, and then they're going to set Artie up within the city and force all of them closer to the point. If I was Zodiacs here, I'd be dropping all of my Artie to destroy the traps. Like, that's what I'd be doing, or at least trying to get my team to do right here. We do see some of the trebs getting low health, so right off the bat, I like seeing that from Zodiacs. I think if Zodiacs is going to win this series, what they have to do is exactly what WSS did in the EU finals. They have to come out swinging and they have to win the first match. They absolutely have to win this one, and if they don't, I think it's just going to swing in the favor of Return of the Cope. But
Yeah, the big
pretty
problem I see
interesting.
here, for Return of the Cope is they have already 9 sets of Spartans with them. So if they lose this fight and they lose all of the Spartans, then probably Zodiacs will stay with 1 or 2 alive. And I mean, that's the reason. Because Spartans, they will be always the last units to live. And then you are left with 5 units of Spartans versus all of the ones from the enemy side. But if we see Return of the Cope lose this one, it could mean there are some good counters against Spartans. But what are the counters against that mass of mortars here? And it feels like just falling backwards.
Yeah, I mean, Zodiacs is going to fall back towards that right side. Not as much already over there. Return of the Cope might leave someone on the ground here to try to then pull Zodiacs across the wall, so that way they can just keep hammering them with artillery. But going back to what you said, them having so many Spartans out, this is exactly what Return to the Cope or what Infamous would do, which was their house name when they were like doing territory war and stuff like that. They go for broke on like a lot of plays, and it's kind of what they're doing here. They're just showing that their whole team is on the same page and that they're going to commit and do whatever their shot caller wants to do. And I think they are going to probably change some of their units here, possibly. Um, See a lot of them hovering over the supply. Um, don't know quite
I
yet,
see
but
even more Spartans. I think I see 13 Spartans here.
yeah, I mean, hey, they're gonna, like I said before, I mean, they don't have to use any of their anti-cav on the wall. Like, there's nothing that they can do up on the wall with anti-cav anyway, so might as well bring as much heavy infantry as you can up there. And I'm
How do
interested
you
to see
counter
how
that?
this is going to work out, to be honest, because it looks kind of wonky.
I mean, bringing 13 of one unit to the walls here, and that being Spartans, you will just survive forever. If you get all of your Spartans blocking each other and just helping each other out, staying alive, and you can't get them down. You really can't. And I feel like that's exactly what they're aiming for. And it seems like Return of the Cope is making a move. And I will be very interested in how Zodiacs want to play this one.
Yeah, it looks like Cope is just trying to push and pull them across the wall. They're probably going to try to bait them over to this other staircase and then immediately run back and see if they can get some space up on the wall. It does look like all of the trebs were knocked out from the side. Okay, there's 2 left. Only 2 trebs back there. No, I
I
think
think
those are actually
it's towers,
towers.
yeah.
Yeah, so there's no more trebs. So this is going to be kind of hard fought up on the wall, but I don't think there's any specialty out from either of these teams. So it's just
Healing
going to be a
archers.
massive infantry shabacle here that we got going on. And here we go. We have the 14 Spartans or 13 Spartans engaging. I don't think
That's
what
just legs.
Zodiacs has on the wall is enough to even break through it. Like some of their units are bleeding through, but that's just kind of how the Spartans work. They just keep moving forward and don't take damage. So I don't know. Looking at how the units are dying at the top of your screen here, it is looking like it's going pretty evenly right now. But as the Spartans start getting into the back line towards those weaker units on the side of Zodiacs, we're starting to see a push slowly get through here. But Zodiacs now has units on both sides of all of these Spartans, so it does look like they're going to come out on top on this first unit engagement on the wall. And the Reapers are just hammering down on these Spartan units from the front and the back. And I don't know. It was kind of a weird play from Return of the Cope, but I can see where they're coming from with it. Just trying to prove, like, hey, Spartans are OP. Get them out.
And I
But
just love to see the Spartans fail here. I cannot say anything else. Spartans being wiped here, I mean, that was quite laggy there while all those Spartans were advancing, but that's just GG's almost with this first push from Return of the Cope being wiped completely. And I can't really see a chance to come back from that one because now you have, I think, 1 unit or 2 units of Spartans left, which are still, I would say, overpowered, even though only Spartans are not. You have seen it, just the Reaper staying alive, getting behind the Spartans, and then just killing them very nicely. But you can see here, Zodiacs with almost double the amount of tier 5 than on the side of Return of the Cope. That's just a massive lead.
Yeah, I mean, really big lead on the T5 aspect of units here, but Return of the Cope is in the lead with T4 units and a little bit behind with the blue units. So, I mean, if Return of the Cope is going to win this, I think it's going to come down to if they can land one of these towers and generate pressure, but I don't think they're even going to be able to land a tower because Zodiacs hasn't used any of their artillery yet. They still have 15 pieces of arty. They still have all of the starting arty on the walls as well. So we already see one tower getting really low on the bottom side of your screen there on the right. And then the two middle towers are going to start losing HP, I think, pretty quickly if Zodiacs tries to keep them off the wall. And I think that's what they should do here. Actually, sorry about that. Zodiacs has used a lot of their arty. I looked at the wrong thing. They only have 3 pieces of arty left. So Return of the Cope might be able to get these towers down, but will it be enough with them not having Spartans this time around to even get off of the towers?
I highly doubt it because Zodiacs, as we have seen before, they have used most of the arty to destroy the traps, so now they don't have to worry about the traps anymore. And with that, that's just perfect playground for them. They have the Spartans to push the towers. Spartans, they just work perfect on staircases and stuff like that one. And now they can just sit on top of the towers, and as soon as Return of the Cope tries to make a move, they will just advance into those towers with the Spartans, just grouping them up, maybe 2 or 3 behind each other, and then after a few seconds send their Reapers in. And the Reapers, they will deal the damage. The Spartans will tank, and the Reapers will just wipe everything. And I think with this tower, oh my goodness, also being destroyed, there's only one more tower, and pushing from one tower against something like 5 to 6 Spartans, maybe even more, that will not work.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work either. I think they're just gonna get stuffed on the tower. You don't have any trebs. The best you can do is just set up a small artillery battery on the ground here and try to use that to get yourself some pressure on the wall. But even then, like mortar shots, like from blue mortars, don't do a lot of damage to Spartans or some of those heavy infantry units. So I don't know how this is gonna work for Cope. We'll see, but I do not think this is going to be a win for them. I think Zodiacs is going to come out on top on this one.
Yeah, they should. Absolutely. I mean, they are already on the top of the walls and probably also on top of the fight. As you can see, Ken TV tries to get towards Watson, but the fight is coming in, and now you can just see the Spartans going in. Flames for the side of Return of the Cope could help them a bit, but the healing archers and the flames are massive on the side of Zodiacs. That's just, once again, a bit laggy. The FPS are dropping down, but so are a ton of red units from that tower.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there was enough frontline for Return of the Cope here. And then the flame shooting onto the tower versus flame shooting off of the tower, it's always more advantageous for the flame shooting onto it because it's just a tighter window. And then when you're trying to shoot the flames off of the tower, if you don't have just the right angle, they'll get caught on the little pieces of wall that stick up a little bit higher. So you have a very, very tight window to shoot from while you're on the tower. And there's a small ramp. And if you miss it or mess it up a little bit, your flames will shoot into the bottom of the ramp and not into the units.
Oh,
So
yes.
kind of I knew what Return of the Cope was trying to do there, and I don't agree with it. But I know they were probably doing this one as kind of like a joke in a way, possibly. I don't know. Their team this season has really been a lot about having a lot more fun and joking around. Of course, they want to win, but they do have um, more of a free aspect to it than in previous seasons.
I mean, it is a lot of money on this match here. It's 3,000 euro difference for the winning team than for the second place, and I think that's just too much to really joke around. So this thread was 100% serious, but in the end, it didn't work out as they thought it would, and now you can just see a second push coming up the stairs, and that's just being met by a ton of Spartans once again here.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done by Zodiacs. In all fairness, here they saw the strat of Return of the Cope trying to go in through that side gate and then generate pressure. Zodiac said, "Okay, we'll sit on the wall and wait for you. We're just gonna take all your trebs away, so it's still gonna be in our favor to fight on the wall."
Yeah, and it was, and it still is. You can just see the last units of Return of the Cope going in. I think a lot of the defenders' units died to the flames of the attackers and all that cavalry. That's just massive. Yan Daos, but with 15 seconds left and only 150 units against almost 900 units from the defense. That's just a huge upset for Return of the Cope on their own map. And they definitely have to win the next round.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely have to win the next round, and I'll save something that I I'll look for a little bit later once we start on Kurak. But as we head into the team stats page here, on the winner's side of Zodiacs, we have Superbone going 1-1-7 with 75 unit kills, 914 troop kill score, and over 1,500 support points. So safe to say he was probably using those healing archers along with being a glaive, getting those support points from buffing. He is followed by Uber Shawl going 0-1-11, 104 unit kills, 1,300 troop kill score, and just below 650 support points as we move over to the side of Return to the.
Yeah, Return of the Cope, Kevin P getting the MVP, 1 kill, the only one with an S rating, 83 unit kills, a bit more than 1,100 troop kill score. Solid performance from him, killing 60, almost 60 Spartans, which is massive. And then second place also Diego with 55 unit kills, but that's the two of Return of the Cope even getting over the 50 mark. I think even the next one would be Sig with 32 unit kills, so almost no unit kills from the side of Return of the Cope.
Yeah, and I think that comes into play with just running too many Spartans there. But as we head into the post-battle analysis side, we see here that pretty much every single engagement going in the favor of Zodiacs, regardless of what was going on in the fight. They were just kind of a step of ahead of Return of the Cope. They destroyed the Trebs. They were good on their positioning up top, and then they didn't freak out. You know, when 13 Spartans came up to the wall, they played it slow. They played it methodical. They didn't let their heroes get caught out in the giant Spartan ball that probably would have killed them. They played their heroes just outside of the ball, um, and they just played well overall.
Oh yes, and I mean the second engagement, Return of the Cope, they were not able to kill probably more than 10 units. That's it against around 450 to 500 units they lost themselves. That's a trade of 1 to 50 for the side of Zodiacs, which is just massive. And it proves Spartans are just still very, very overpowered, but not alone. They have to be backed up by good units and not just by more Spartans.
What can I say about that match? I swear to God, the ban of Zodiacs, right? Picking them units as Spartans is to be part of it. They didn't pick as many. You know what? And that was probably part of their plan. They thought the opposition, right? If we pick them, they'll think we're going to bring them. So then they'll bring lots of them themselves. And it's exactly what happened. They're trying to bring in far too many in that first push. Wasted a lot of time going towards that back supply point. Feel like it's a good strategy, but with all that Spartans and the push up the top, as soon as you got to the top of the wall, all I seen was people flying here, flying there. Don't think they could deal with that massive drop of FPS while in the middle of a battle. How do you know what you're seeing and what you're fighting and who you're fighting when it's like that? I don't know. I don't have a clue. And it definitely didn't work out for the Return of the Cope. A very good plan of action. The Iron Reapers up top on that wall, devastating towards them Spartans, and made sure that Zodiac's big tier unit is out of the battle early on in that. And I think that's what gave the Return of the Cope the very big disadvantage going into that fight. The fact that they took down the Trebs as well, they can defend on top of A. Zodiac's had it positioned perfectly well for a defense, considering that was the Return of the Cope's map pick as well. That's a very good defense on A for sure. I mean, I don't know what else you could have done if you're the Return of the Cope with that many Spartans off this first push and losing 13 of them straight away. There's no way back, right, from that. You see it, you seen it. It was pretty much well and truly done. We did mix
Yeah,
up with the fact
100%.
that they didn't get the siege towers down, but the first sets were dealt with, and yeah, it doesn't matter if they got on the wall anyway. They didn't have the units to fight it up the top by the end of it, because I think the Zodiacs at the first push after 3 minutes they only lost like one hero life, and yeah, there was pretty much almost everybody on the Zodiacs had lost all their unit and majority of the hero kills.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't even want to try to dive into the heads who came up with the 13 Spartans up the wall kind of strategy. I don't want to know what they were thinking, but Zodiacs had good counters for it. They played well into it, and um, I don't think Return of the Cope will bring that comp on defense. I think it'll be vastly different, but who knows? We could see something of the same. But I do know Return of the Cope probably won't let Zodiacs do that side gate push. Um, I think Return of the Cope will probably meet them at that side gate if I were to be like a betting man for that. But uh, we might see more of like a standard kind of hold coming out of this one because I think Zodiacs is going to try to push those towers. But
Yeah, I feel like
we will
Zodiac's going
see.
to have to kind of go for the kind of bog standard, but not too standard, because obviously Spartans are involved, and both teams, I'm sure, are going to pick them. But I don't think the Turn of the Cope will pick too many this time around, knowing how fine and quickly they were dealt with in the grand scheme of things. On the attack, though, the Zodiacs, they could potentially throw a little bit of an upset here to the Return of the Cope and have a good advantage going into it. Because I feel like if you get towards A and you get a wee bit of a firm hold on the wall, there is a good chance to kind of go through towards home and make sure you can secure that win as well and go 2-0 up in the series. Alpha, do you feel like Zodiacs have got a good strategy? Do you think their pick of Spartans was just for a throw off to confuse the opposition and make them pick more of them?
I think they didn't really have that much of a counter strat against Return of the Cope and going too deep in it. I think they were kind of lucky with that one, how that went out. I'm not sure if they will win the next round. I would say 50-50, but who will be lucky is one of our viewers, as we have once again our giveaway. And for those who want to take part, just write 99 in the chat. You can see the above mark exactly. One time, not multiple times, one time 99 in the chat. And then a random viewer will get picked and will be lucky to receive 99 treaties.
Yeah, get these doctrines open, get all the perfect ones that you need for sure. Also, that code in your right hand side of the screen, make sure you put that in there as well for one yourself. That's just above Alpha. You're EU, you've got the one just above Yasuru. I mean, you've got gifts there everywhere across here in this grand finals. And we've got a gift just watching the Return of the Cope versus Zodiacs here in this grand final. And that next gift, though, we're going to go back to that same map where it is going to be the Return of the Cope this time on that defensive side. We're hoping that they have got something in the pack here to hold off the Zodiacs and not go 2-0 down in a grand final where you're going to have all the pressure going into map 3, which is you don't want to have on your back. It's already going to be difficult enough being 1-0 down going into map 2, but yeah, you don't want to be losing 2 rounds on your own map pick, which would be pretty devastating in the grand scheme of things. Considering Zodiacs, you said, have had a wee bit of a practice. They practice with none other than our EU champions now, who are, yeah, buddy. So maybe they've got a few good ideas and strats up their sleeve as well. And they've learned a few things from that Dunko side during their scrims to potentially take a win against the Return of the Cope, who a lot of people put their hedges and their bets towards them, thinking that they're going to be the team to go on top. A lot of players in that Return of the Cope side, though, are few and far between of playing the game on a regular basis in comparison to some others. But I mean, they're still a solid squad, and that's the reason they're here in this grand final. So I feel like they might have a strategy up their sleeve here for this one, and hoping to tie the series up going into Matt Free. That pick of Zodiacs, where we'll be going to Kurat Castle with the bans and picks for it as well for Kurat Castle. That's going to be interesting as well. I've seen Kurat Castle for some time ourselves, Alpha. Well, I've not anyway. For a few matches for sure. And that's one of these matches where it can go either way, right? Home point pushes depending on how you're defending A and such like. So you said Yusuru, they're trying to cope, have good strategies for that map, or was that Zodiacs you said have got something up their sleeves? Too Nice has got something sorted out for
Um,
that.
I know like Zodiacs has liked Karat Castle and they've used it before against like better teams to try to play against. But what I don't think that a lot of people remember from like last year's CBL is that like Return of the Cope constantly used Hidden City and Karak to like hide their strategies on other maps. So they're well versed on Karat Castle, and I know Zodiacs is well versed on that map as well. So I think it'll be a good matchup, especially if it goes twice. I know Zodiac's got the win here, so it could go the duration. Might not, who knows? Yeah, I mean fingers crossed. Hopefully we get a longer
Always,
duration.
always
Maybe we
fingers
see a
crossed.
grasslands today. Maybe Return of the Cope turns around and goes 3-1, or you never know. Maybe Zodiacs turns it on and keeps it right on going and they go 3-0. You never know what could happen here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it could go anyway. We're getting to that battle though. So Alpha Yasuru, it's your turn again to take over Harbor City. Is it going to be a Spartan spam again, or are we going to see a change of comps coming into this one? The Return of the Cope needing to find a win to tie the series up, with the Zodiacs looking to try and go 2-0 up with the upper hand going into map number 3. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, and we can already see on the side of Return of the Cope definitely less Spartans than before. And that's exactly what we have been figuring out on the analyst desk to be the best. And I will take a second to count those on both sides, but what do we see else here, Yasuru?
Um, a big thing that I see on the side of Return of the Cope, they have 3 flames. Okay, Zodiacs has 1. So
Yeah.
with how both of these teams are playing with Spartans and Reapers and whatnot, the flames are going to come into play. And I know Return of the Cope is probably bringing more flames in general, like 1 for each push, at least anyway, because of Watson on the side of Zodiac. The dude is a specialty sniper. He plays
Oh,
longbow.
yeah.
He'll get up in the highest position possible or in some weird spot, and then he's just going and taking away your specialty. He's just sitting up there shooting away. The man's been doing it for I don't know how long. Um, and I know he's like an integral part of Zodiac's team on killing some of the specialty units. So it does look like we are seeing a little bit of the same here. Zodiacs is going to be pushing towards that side gate versus going for a standard push. Or, it could be a bait. They could just be using this supply to pull units and then spread out back to the towers and pull Return of the Cope off of the wall. Um, that way they get a little bit of extra time. But we do see some of the heroes still playing pretty close to that side gate. But Zodiacs is also spreading back out to start pushing these towers and the battering ram. So maybe a few extra seconds on the side of Zodiacs of pushing before Return of the Cope can get back up to the wall.
Oh yeah, and that's perfect. Zodiacs really have done their homework. Matilatory for the Ram and all 3 towers, and they are not being met by anything. Now the first heroes of Return of the Cobra trying to shoot them again, but I can only see the Spartan hero class shoot the Matilatory themselves, so definitely no intention to really go for the towers themselves. They are just trying to slow them down as long as possible. And you can see here, on the bottom, as you said before, Yuzuru, Return of the Cope, they are not willing to let the Zodiacs get into the small gate, but they're defending exactly there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Zodiacs is doing here, they're just holding, right? They're just putting enough pressure on Return of the Cope to where they have to keep their units and heroes at the small gate. while 3 other people are pushing these towers. So it's going to come down to what Return of the Cope is willing to give once we get down onto the ground here, because I don't think Return of the Cope used any of their artillery to shoot out Trebs or the towers. So we're just going to be this is going to be kind of a standard fight, and it's going to be interesting to see what Return of the Cope dials up to see what kind of strat they use here, because it's going to be rough. Zodiacs is going to have 28 pieces of arty. They're going to have 12 of their trebs to use. I don't know. I'm not too fond of this kind of setup, and I'm hoping Return of the Cope has something ready and dialed up for it. But it's already looking really good for Zodiacs going up to the wall and getting a point this early.
Oh yes, and you can already see the first short sword now making sure the A point is being captured while the rest is bringing in reinforcements, and Zodiacs are now clearing out the walls. Nobody there, of course, from Return of the Cope. And with that one, Zodiacs have the first bit of control here on the walls. They can now set up the artillery, and as you have mentioned before, Zodiacs now having 15 more pieces of artillery than Return of the Cope. That's just a massive difference.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be very hard for Return of the Cope to hold any positioning near this supply, just because Zodiacs can set up as many mortars and ballistas as they want to just shoot down onto Return of the Cope. There are some spots that are relatively safe, but overall, most of them aren't like immune to the artillery spots. It just comes down to how well you placed your arty and how well you can shoot it. Um, as you see, a lot of units here from Return of the Cope are just huddled against this wall, but the mortars can hit that spot if they are placed in the right spot. Because a lot of players don't do the research, and we've seen that from the tournament overall, from like AMS and EU. But it's looking like Zodiacs has done their homework. They have done a little bit of the research of where exactly they should put these mortars down, and they're going to push Return of the Cope further back into the city.
Oh yes, and you can see Return of the Cope now taking some hits into their backs while retreating, and I feel like it was just to maybe bait out some artillery from the Zodiacs, but they have only spent 3 mortars, and that was enough to force Return of the Cope back. So really, really strong performance by Zodiacs today. They have done their homework, and I think the scrims have helped them a ton, because today Zodiacs, they are just incredibly strong.
Yep. I 100% agree with you. They're playing very well right now. Return of the Cope is going to try something I don't think we've seen from other teams. They're going to put down some artillery pieces back here and force Zodiacs to either anti-arty them or go for the other side on the far side supply on your map. And it does look like that's what Zodiacs is going to do. They're going to pull the trigger and immediately start moving that way after only putting down a couple pieces of arty. But Return of the Cope does have arty on that other side as well. So it's going to come down to, do they rotate fast enough to take or defend that supply? And right now, the way it's looking, I don't think they would move over there quick enough. They do have a small ball of about 5 people on this right side. But on the left side, that's where the majority of their team is, and they're going to be late coming for this supply, and the supply is going to be lost, it looks like, which is not what you want to see as a defender on this map.
Oh yes, still advantage of the Flames in the defense. I don't see the Flames for the attackers yet, if I didn't miss them. But still, there are so many Spartans and everything, and those Spartans, they will be very quickly in the backlines of your defense. And I can already see Burrito here with the Flames as well. So also Zodiac's bringing their 1 unit of Flames. But if they lose that one, I think that's it for Zodiac's.
Yeah, that would be all the flames from Zodiacs, but we are going to see them pull from the supply, and they can pull from this supply for free here, but this is a pretty good Trev from Zodiacs, getting a decent amount of splash damage onto these units here. But Return of the Cope is pulling the trigger. They're just going to start pushing in. They have the flames already firing down the line. But Zodiac's got into the corner decently enough, and it looks like Zodiac's flames are doing work as well, and it's not just Return of the Cope's flames being able to shoot down this corridor, but Return of the Cope is throwing a flank around the backside. Is their front line going to be enough to come back around and take this fight into their favor, even with those flames on the backside. But it does look like Return of the Cope's second set of flames got flanked there by some heroes and were lost. And it looks like Zodiacs is coming out on top of this unit trade as well. And if they can get back on this supply, it's not going to look good for Return of the Cope.
Oh yes, and you can just see it here. Return of the Cope losing here and there everywhere. Heroes going down to 8 now. And I see 4 more heroes on that supply, 5 more heroes dying. 4 heroes left on the side of Return of the Cope. And the respawn from Return of the Cope is on that left-hand side. So Zodiacs can now fully block the respawn. You can see first heroes respawning. Cavalry will not deal any damage in the safe zone, but Zodiacs, they're just moving to the endpoint. They are just ignoring everything. Only 1 unit of phalanx here. That will not stay for long. And the trap will probably force them to stay in the position. But there we go. Beautiful trap. Predicting the backwards walking away from the Spartans. But the Spartans, they just don't care. They're coming from every direction. That's on the endpoint. Cope, they try to come back. Do you think they succeed here?
No, I don't know if they can get back in time. They do have a couple of heroes trying to get back on their horses and whatnot, but Zodiacs is doing a really good job at keeping a lot of heroes up there to just slow down the horses from Return of the Cope, and it wasn't enough. I think Return of the Cope needed to rotate quicker and really defend that supply, because once you lose it, if you don't immediately take it back, you're just down for the count. And that's exactly what happened there. They couldn't pull another unit. They had to wait for respawns to get units and then fight out of their own spawn point. So as we head into the team stats page, we have Zodiacs questionable getting the top of their side, going 2-0-8 with 47 unit kills and 717 troop kill score and 766 support points, followed by Commissar going 1-0-11 with 47 unit kills and 681 troop kill score, 241 support points. As we go to the side of Return to the Cope.
Oh yes, we can see SM3 on top, getting 57 unit kills and a bit more than 700 troop kills. Got no kills, and I think I see 7 kills, 8 kills on the side of Return of the Cope in total, with 2 on Pertinax, 2 on Korn, and 2 on Diego, and then 1 for Kevin P and 1 for Zig. But then the second most unit kills are already down to 36 for IPOP, and the rest is even under 30 unit kills. So only 2 players from Return of the Cope getting over the 30 unit kills, and that's just not a match you will win with that low amount of fighting you put up.
Yeah, I mean, there were some pretty low here unit kill counts on the side of Zodiacs as well. I just think overall it was a 1 engagement and the game was over. As you see here, like heroes killed 19-8, and what you see on your scoreboard here for the post battle analysis on the graph, it was just 1 unit engagement and the game was over.
Oh yes, and if you're in the defense, you definitely want to throw in at least more units of yours, but they just fought in a position where they immediately lose if they lose that one fight, and you should never put yourself in that position, because I felt like Cope, they were like, we will win this, but what if you don't? And you always have to have a backup plan. That's why usually teams fight in front of their home point, and also next map will be Kuro Castle, and that's also one of those maps you can fight on your endpoint. But what if you lose? And that's the reason why we see more and more teams try to fight on A and B.
Yeah, I mean, going forward here, I would really like to see Return of the Cope play a little bit more aggressive than what they have shown. And they're making small mistakes when they pull the trigger on these plays here. Like we saw the flames from Sig there. Half of them were like shooting the wall and not shooting the enemy units from Zodiacs. Meanwhile, the Zodiacs flames were on point, and it didn't matter that Return of the Cope had 3 sets of flames. You know, they were only able to use 2 of them. One of them got knocked out before they could even start shooting, and then the other one, half of the unit was rendered ineffective.
Yeah, from my takeaway from that, they were left with 12 minutes on home, lots of time. They managed to bait the return of the Cope to put in lots of their artillery down, left with only 2 pieces left, and the Cope were already focused towards that small supply point side. And the Zodiacs just went, you know what, we're going to go to the other supply point. We're going to take that. The slow moving of the return of the Cope couldn't support the defense of that, and their flamers were further back in the grand scheme of things. Mr. Billy D, he was at the bottom of that table. It doesn't mean nothing because he had a cavalry unit that decided to go all the way around on towards home with 10 minutes still left on that clock. He started capping that home point, distracting players of the return of the Cope, pulling them back. Jamar and another teammate jump onto the flames that were there for the return of the Cope, taking them out of the battle, which was the pinnacle of the change of the scenery. That made sure that the return of the Cope were pretty much down and dusted there because they had no extra support unit from that specialist side of things. Zodiacs are just looking in fine form. I mean, what a side to do it, and what a time to turn up like this. 2-0 up in that grand finals, taking it to a map that could potentially be yours, and this could be a 3-0 going on the cards here. The Turner Cope's going to need 2 back-to-back wins in attack and defense. Easily done because you've just seen it here, but the way that that's gone, I don't see very much hope for the return of the Cope. Maybe they need to be return of the hope because the copium levels are definitely down at this point in time. Alpha, do you see any change in the scenery here, or do you feel like Zodiacs have just got that momentum shift, that extra ability to go on and prove their worth here in this final battle, which could be our final battle, might not be, but it could well be the final battle of this AMS Grand Final.
I don't see the hope returning for Cope. I mean, they have lost now twice their own map pick, and now they're going on to Cura Castle. What was the map pick of Zodiac? So Zodiac should be even more confident on Cura Castle than on Harbor City, and Harbor City was already great for them. But I think you got also something else for us, or at least for one of the viewers, Mark.
Apostle Vox, you are your winner of that 99 treaties to your name. So congratulations to you. But chat, it's not over there. You got another opportunity now. Do we have another opportunity if we already gave away 2 of them? I actually can't remember. We have got one more, guys. Hit 99 in chat for that giveaway. Make sure you get an opportunity to try and get 99 treaties that will give you some good, sweet doctrines, and hopefully the best ones that are out and about around just now, because you need a lot of them to support a lot of these different units that you have on that battlefield, and that could sometimes sway the swing of the battle. Your doctrine choice of pick will be what could secure a devastating time in your push. Well, we'll wait and see. But with the way that this is going, Zodiacs have that momentum shift. They got 2 on the bounce, looking to end it, 2 opportunities to end it early before taking it to grasslands. But the return of the Cope need massive wins here for their chance to even think about that top prize of $8,000 on the line. Zodiacs got 1 foot towards it. Well, we've got technically 2 feet on that line, looking to jump over and take their full body across that line. Is that opportunity going to come here on Curragh Castle? It is their map pick. It is their opportunity to win the series in fine fashion. In a 3-0, it's not the way you want to go down if you're the return of the Cope. So you need a massive game from here on out. Yusuru, do you think the return of the Cope have a little bit of an opportunity to try and bring it back at least by 1 map potentially, and then have a wee bit of momentum after that?
Um, at this point, with how Return of the Cope has been playing, I don't know. I think they're like something's going on. Like they're either asleep at the wheel right now or like something. Like man, I know it's like a holiday weekend in AMS right now. Um, maybe some of them are just too hungover to play effectively. Um, who knows? But Zodiacs looks on top of their game right now, and if Return of the Cope doesn't come out into this next match swinging and absolutely win the first unit engagement in a handily fashion, um, I don't know. Return of the Cope has to just turn this one around and absolutely dominate Zodiacs to really flip it back in their favor to get some of the momentum and the mental back on their side. And I think they just need to play more aggressive. We've seen it throughout the tournament. They played either really aggressive or just slow and methodical. And in both of these ones, they just played like very reactionary, not very methodical. They played slow in the first match, and then they brought 13 Spartans up on the wall. Um, I don't know. I think if they would have brought one of their flames up on the wall, they probably could have won that engagement. because they had the insane front line of 13 Spartans in front of the Flames. So, I mean, you're not really going to lose them unless the hero gets back there, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
And
if Zodiacs keeps up what they've been doing and keeps Return of the Cope on their toes like they have been, it's probably going to be a 3-0 from Zodiacs. And I hate
yeah,
to say it.
you definitely need better placement of your flamers anywhere. For the turn of the cope, they've just not had them there, or if they had have them, they've had them in different positions that are just too far away from the battle that aren't actually dealing any damage because Zodiacs have kept their units around that corner from the wall, for example, made sure that the return of the cope didn't get their unit up onto the wall and using their heroes to make sure that that specialist unit is dealt with, which is one of the great things about using the unit's ability and using that hero to your advantage. Obviously, you've got individual lives you've got to worry about, but you can get around the back and take out that specialist unit. I think that's a win no matter what. That is worth your life in the end of it because it does turn around the swing of battle and it has worked out for Zodiac so far. 2-0 in the cars, chance for the clean sweep, but it's going to need a reverse sweep here if you're going to win the tournament now, if you're the return of the cope. I mean, I don't fancy their chances. We as casters don't really fancy the chances too much. It is not off the cards though. There is still the opportunity. We will be going into it. It is a Zodiac pick as well. And I think that's more the reason why we both think that, well, all three of us think that it is not going to go their way for Cope. So I mean, I don't really fancy your chances. And if I'm a betting man, I'd definitely be putting my money where Zodiacs are positioned. If it's attack or defense here, I feel like they still have this opportunity no matter what. There's two maps of it. They only need to take one of them. It doesn't really matter how you do it, defense or attack. You've got the upper hand. You've got the advantage of the lead, and like you said, you're 2 feet forward in the battle. I mean,
And we
Alpha, do you
do see a little bit of smack talk coming in the Ready channel.
always?
Uh, Reb replying to Max after saying he needed a minute, saying that that won't save you. And Max popped back with, "You're absolutely right." So let's see what happens going into this next map.
Maximus has been put down a peg a little. I think I feel like he's a bit upset and rocked backwards from the current two match that he's seen. And I feel
um,
like if you're in that position, you'd be a bit rocked for sure.
I think we're about to see Angry Max shot calling, and if we see
Angry
Angry Max
Max.
shot calling, they're going to be flying around the board. That's what
Yeah,
I will
well,
say. But
that might be the
we'll
strategy
see.
that throws them off, though, for the Zodiac's defense or attack. So they maybe just throwing everybody around, just completely confusing the opposition will be the right method. But Max, you don't want to be upset, but you also want to be in control of your side. And he has been pretty much all the way through the tournament, other than today so far. Maybe he can find the method to turn it around. We're getting a little bit of a slower take into this, but we'll be heading now into Curate Castle. Gents, this could potentially be the last round here if Zodiacs come out on top. You're going to see plenty of units of Spartans, I'm sure, once again, but you guys can take it away. And hopefully, we see a really competitive match here in map number 3. And hopefully, it will be a little bit more interesting for the return of the Cope.
Yeah, and you can see here. Zero, you have spoken of aggression on the side of Return of the Cope, and now tell us how much aggression do we already see in the unit picks here?
I see a lot of Cav and a lot more Cav. And that's going to be interesting to see because Zodiacs only has 3 Phalanx and a couple of Orochi units and sprinkled in some blue halberdiers. So with the lack of Phalanx, they have maybe 1 or 2 units more now. I think it's like what, 4 total Phalanx on their side versus the, I think, around 10 to 15 units of cavalry that we saw on the side of Return of the Cope. So I think this is going to be an interesting strategy that we haven't seen in a long time on this map. And Return of the Cope might actually try to hold B and home point with just running around with Cav inside the city.
Oh yeah, or we might see a sally out. I've already seen 2 sets of, I think, incendiary archers, and they are massive when it comes to dealing with failings. I've myself played them, shot onto failings, and failings, they are just like made out of paper when it comes to burning. And I think seeing the first unit of
I
companion cavalry go into the
I
halberdiers,
don't
not
like it.
great.
I'm not
But
liking
those
the
archers,
All right, there are incendiary archers. They were putting in a little bit of work, but it's not going to be enough as they were trapped instantly and they were not moved in time. And now Zodiacs is becoming the aggressors on the Sally Out team of Return of the Cope. They're pushing forward and getting into these units, but Return of the Cope is trying to come in from every which direction possible with all of their cavalry. They're trying to come in from the side, the back, the front, and what little bit of infantry Return of the Cope brought in, they are also engaging along with the cav. Isn't going to be enough to swing it into their favor as their infantry are slowly taking out these phalanx units. It does not look like it's going to be enough, and it might just be a simple even unit trade here, which is not what you want to see on a sally out. You want to get an advance, like pretty far ahead, but it doesn't look like they're going to get far ahead in their unit trade whatsoever here, and they're going to get pushed right back into the city, and now they're going to be 220 units down on T5 units.
Oh yeah, you can already see Mr. Ability here inside of the city with his companion calves, the phalanx, of course, dealing with those, and Mr. Ability himself and the Spartans from in here, Bim, going out of the gates, dealing with the phalanx and the buckler shields here. But will it be enough to return at least some hope here towards Return of the Cope?
I
I
think
still don't know.
I don't know either, but you also have to remember there's still only 8 minutes left now to take a point, which means they could still try to fight for it. Now, Return of the Cope, I don't think is going to be able to get any of these towers down. And usually when we watch this map, we see a lot of tower defense strats, but it does look like Return of the Cope is just going to fall back completely. They're running away from the A point. They don't want to lose any extra units from this, and they're just going to fall back. I'm
Oh,
not really sure what's going to happen here and what their thought process is from this. I know most of their cav is gone, and Zodiacs doesn't have any more anti-cav, probably other than Blue Halberdiers.
yeah, and we can see one unit of phalanx. I also didn't think they still have a unit of phalanx, but they do have. And I hate to see Return of the Cope falling back to the endpoint, because that brings us once again into exactly the same position we have seen them on Harbor City, where they're going for, okay, we have to win this one fight or we are done. Because if they lose the fight on endpoint, they're just out. They don't have a chance to come back. Now I would have loved to see them maybe just spam some Culverines, try to take down the siege towers, or have a bit of a backup plan already for that sally out as well. Just to know, okay, when the sally out fails, what do we do next? And falling back to the endpoint feels not like a plan B.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It does not feel like a good plan B whatsoever. Maybe they have something drawn up. I don't think Zodiacs brought a lot of specialty again. I don't remember how many Return of the Cope brought. I think it was 2 sets of flames. So maybe they try to play around keeping their 2 sets of flames safe, and they try to play it that way. But Zodiacs is going to have a long time to push this home point. They haven't even capped B point yet. They still have 10 minutes, and they have 29 pieces of artillery to use and 9 more traps.
Yeah, that's just massive. You can see a little battery of mortars in the safe zone behind the endpoint where the chain nut is right now. That should be 3 mortars aiming up towards the walls. Exactly there. You can see them beautifully placed. I like this placement because the Zodiacs would have to place dedicated artillery exactly for that position. And those mortars, they're just crucial. You can see the first one shooting up. But then, still, will it be enough? 9 more pieces to be deployed for Return of the Cope, but 28 still for Zodiacs. That's just massive.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to how many pieces of artillery TV can kill from the safe zone back there, and it does look like they have at least one piece of arty facing that safe zone to try to counter arty Ken. So it's going to come down to how accurate he can be with that artillery, and it does look like he is missing a few shots already. And now we see just mortar after mortar after mortar being put down from Zodiacs to shoot Return of the Cope here. They do have a mortar put in a pretty aggressive position, but it's being guarded by a chain dart along with the other hero and a poleaxe. One might think that poleaxe player is probably using rough justice if he's playing that close to the artillery. And it looks like Return of the Cope is just going to get battered by the artillery here. And I don't know where they're going to put their units to keep them safe.
Yeah, and that's exactly the problem on this endpoint, and the reason why we have seen a lot of teams not going for that defense, because you only have the one fight that you have to win, and to that, the enemy has a really strong position for his mortars. You can just see Zodiacs even place more on that lower wall. They are being dealt with by the Culverine, we can see here, but still, that's just massive damage those mortars can do, and the Culverine seems to be missing some of his shots.
Yep, there are a couple of culverins that are in safe spots. They're in a spot that they're not able to really get hit by the trebs, and it does look like two of the culverins back there were shooting at trebs. So maybe a late treb destruction play, possibly. Yeah, we see a couple of the trebs getting low on HP. That's got to be a hard shot to hit. So
Yeah,
I don't know
and
how many trebs they'll be able to kill with just a couple of culverins.
and to that, what many people don't know, Culverines have damage fall off over range. So when you try to hit that far away, your Culverine does around only 50%, if even 50% of the damage Culverines do usually. I mean, traps are always far away from your Culverine, so that should be quite fine, but still, using the Culverines that late to take down traps, it feels weird.
It feels very weird. I agree. I think if Return to the Cope wants to save any of their artillery, they should right now. I think Ken should just stop shooting with the amount of artillery that has already been taken out from the side of Return to the Cope towards the side of Zodiacs. Zodiacs is abandoning the wall artillery because it was getting antied out pretty well by the side of Return to the Cope from the Culverin and the couple of mortars that were in the safe zone, and now they're putting their artillery down by the B point instead. But it looks like Zodiacs is going to make a push with only 10 minutes and 45 seconds left in this matchup. 900 units left on the side of Return to the Cope, over 1,000 on the side of Zodiacs. Return to the Cope is starting to pull their units into place. Is this going to be the last unit engagement of AMS CBL Finals?
I have no idea, and it seems like we have once again a ton of Spartans on both sides, but we also have flames for the side of Return of the Cope, and I don't see any on the side of the Zodiacs. And last time around I was wrong, but this time I still don't see flames. Do you see flames, Yazuru?
I don't see any flames, but I know Return of the Cope needs to push into them sooner rather than later, or they're just going to build Artie into this push. And here we go. Zodiacs is trying to go in with the flank with the Spartans from both sides of this pillar, and the flames were baited, and the flames shoot at one unit of Spartans versus shooting at the main blob of units here, and the Cav comes in right into the face of the only unit of Phalanx left, but the Cav is coming in from the backside as well. It does not look like this is going to be in the favor of Zodiacs as the unit trade is starting to even out here, but the flames died. I was dead wrong. This is going in the favor of Zodiacs heavily here. The Reapers were just too much and took out the front line of Return of the Cope, and this is not looking good whatsoever. And there's a supply toucher. Return of the Cope is not able to bring any of their units back to the point here, and Zodiacs is just swarming the point with whatever units they have left.
Oh yes, that's just heavily in the favor of Zodiacs. Now the respawners of Return of the Cope have to take care of this push, but already a ton of units lost. You can see it on the top, 600 units left as Return of the Cope is coming back. The healing archers are being dealt with as they retreat to the supply point. That's a cavalry going in, but very slow. It seems like the push was even interrupted or ended previously, and it seems like Spartans now can take care of those units, but the point is still being captured, and it's almost halfway through as another unit of cavalry comes in, and the Spartans are finally struggling to get through, but there's another unit of Spartans and another unit of flames for Return of the Cope
Are
aiming
these
towards
flames
that
going to be
point.
enough to swing it back in the favor for Return of the Cope? I don't want this to be the last match. I hope these flames are protected well, and we can go into at least one more match, but it's not looking like it's going to be that way, as Return of the Cope is losing so many units trying to keep this home point safe. I think their only shot here is if they can just win this next unit trade that Zodiacs, I think, is overcommitting right now. Instead of resetting, the unit trade is back within 100, coming back towards the favor of Return of the Cope. This is still so close, but you got to remember Zodiacs has the quality of units left, whereas Return of the Cope is most of their units are probably going to be T4 and below, besides the 1 to 2 units of Spartans and the 1 unit of Flames.
Oh yeah, and you can see it here. 226 tier 5 units against the 71 tier 5 units on the defense, and therefore only 60 units of tier 4 more for the side of the defense. So as I said before, massive advantage here for the side of the attackers.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 6 more pieces of Arty. They have 5 more Trebs to use. This is still heavily in the favor of Zodiacs, but you got to remember earlier on in CBL, I think it was the first match Return of the Cope played in against Shark Mentality. They did come back from a massive unit deficit on home point on this map as well. So this could be what helps them reset their mental, but looking at the unit quality left from the side of Return of the Cope, 6 Spartans left on Kevin, basically an unusable unit. It's all going to come down to 6 Flames.
Oh yes, and those 6 Flames, they have to go crazy if Return of the Cope wanna win this fight. And they're just facing so many tanky, heavy infantry units.
Oh,
And I feel like those Spartans could be just crucial against the Flames because one or
Burrito.
two of them will break through.
Burrito on the side of Zodiacs does have 3 deaths. This 1 unit of whatever left of that Spartan unit just gets caught out for free here. As Return of the Cope tries to reorganize themselves, the Flames go ahead and start shooting. This is a good spot for the Flames, but if they don't move, the Treb is going to hit them. We see a couple of heroes trying to die for these Flames. The Flames are then moving. I think half of that Flame unit just got obliterated by that Treb, but they do get into another spot. They're shooting again. Return of the Cope brings back the unit trade, and they just come in from all sides. It did not matter that the quality of their units were lesser. They proved right here that they know how to fight with lesser quality units and protect the one thing that can help them win this game, which were the Flames and the flanking units left. And now they are ahead in the unit trade, and I think Zodiacs has quite a few people that are on 3 deaths now after that engagement.
Oh yes, Mr. Billy D, absolutely amazing game, but on 3 deaths, Xedris, Burrito. And that's just looking into the favor of Return of the Cope suddenly. After really struggle in the beginning, Return of the Cope is fighting back, not the huge win you would have wanted to see from them, but still, a sliver of hope here.
If they do win this one, this is what I would call a mental win. This is like a huge win for your mental to like stay in it for the rest of these games and to like prove it to yourselves that like, hey, we were off our game for the first 2. We can still win this. We're not out of this shit yet. So excuse my French, but that is what it is. You know, like we are just gonna see what happens in these next matches, and if Return of the Cope can continue to get a little bit better, it'll possibly go to Grasslands. They just got to win one more, and then it's Grasslands. So this might be enough to flip the mental on their side to really, you know, gut check themselves and be like, all right, we know what to do now. Let's get to it. We know what our formula needs to be to win. Let's put the pedal to the metal. But then again, Zodiac still hasn't played bad. It's only 275 units left on the side of Return of the Cope. So Zodiac's mental is still going to be high up on the ladder here. There is 3 minutes left, but there are no units on the side of Zodiac, so they're just going to go ahead and reset and they're gonna start leaving the battle so they can start talking about their defense.
Oh yes, and I think their defense will be a bit different than the defense from Return of the Cobra. I would not expect to see them defend only the endpoint and have a steady out in the beginning, but we never know. And let's just quickly go over those heroes.
Yep. And on the side of the victors, Return of the Cope, in that long match, we have Lou going 3, 1, and 13 with 41 unit kills, 500 troop kill score, and over 1,600 support points as that poleaxe and probably using one of those healing archer units. Followed by Fluffy going 2, 1, and 12, 154 unit kills and a 1,800 troop kill score, 779 support points as we move over to the side of Zodiac.
Oh yeah, and there we have General Reap in the top here, reaching 3 digits here in unit kills, 103 unit kills to his name, more than 1.3k troop kill score. But otherwise than him, nobody really got close to the 100 unit kills. Burrito got 1.2k troop kill score, and Mr. Billy D with the 8 hero kills. Massive performance from him, but let's head it straight to the post-battle analysis.
I mean, once we start looking at the post-battle analysis here, we saw a pretty even unit trade at the very beginning of the map, or the match, sorry, with the Sally out. So Return of the Cope really killed a lot of the anti-cav for the side of Zodiacs, and then they really didn't have anything besides that one unit of Phalanx on that second push. So once they took that big unit lead going on to the final engagement, um, whatever Cav Return of the Cope brought left towards the end of the match, all they had to do was stop it with heroes, and that was like the only thing they had was to try to hero play the Cav. And that can't happen in these kinds of matches, especially on a home point where you can just come in from 5 different angles and really encircle your opponent. Um, so nicely done from both sides. You know, Zodiac showed that they can win some of these unit engagements, get ahead, and Return of the Cope said, "We're not done yet. We can still come back." And they battled back from a unit deficit on home point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Zodiacs will have something to say about this one, but I think, Mark, you also have something to say about the thing just above your head.
I mean, I was going to say that to start with, but what happened there? Just that's a return of hope that you need, definitely for sure. I mean, I don't know how they managed to do that. That deficit in numbers, the flank went the wrong way. They didn't look for the flames, the second push and that final push in the end. I don't know what they were thinking. They had such a big advantage in tier 5 units, and somehow the return of the Cope win it around. I have no idea how they turned that around, but fair play to them. Phenomenal performance from them to get this back in a map count, at least for them, at least for one. So they still have another opportunity. But speaking of that giveaway, we have another winner, Patrick Lionheart. Message Brother Ruda on Discord or in Twitch chat here to get the information, and we will get you your treaties. Well done to everybody that's took part. Thank you for doing so, and a GG to the winners as well. We still have yet to crown our champion here in AMS, but with Zodiacs, the way the form that they're on, how positive they must have been going into that there with a big, massive deficit. It was working in their favor. I feel like somehow the Return of the Cope had the better composition in the end, although their numbers were little. Their tier quality was a lot less, and somehow their battle strategy was much better. And that's what turned it around. Cope now have to do it on the attack this time around. Zodiac's looking to defend to win this championships, or we could be seeing that Grasslands finale. I mean, the way it was heading, especially with what was like 6 minutes left to go. Cope had the home battle going. It looked like they had the opportunity. They had massive amount of numbers. Corn had a fantastic game as well. 7 hero kills for the Return of the Cope. He was doing some great work. That was definitely the big deficit as well with terms of life devs. So many players, like you'd mentioned, Jasuru, were already out of the battle if you were Zodiacs. And then left with only 75 units in the end somehow. I don't know where that big change turnaround came from. But well played to the Return of the Cope. A very interesting strategy. We spoke about the culverins, looking at the trebs in the background on the home point. Very strange strategy as well. I think you're not going to know to do the damage to them trebs. I was a bit baffled by that as well. I seen it happening, and then you mentioned it, Alpha, and I was just like, yeah, I thought that too. I was like, what are they looking to do for trebs in the back this far away at this point in the game? But I mean, Return of the Cope still find that win. Do you feel like a wee bit of momentum shifting? Return of the Cope now going to get another like little bit of a wee bit of it overzealous here and trying to do something again here to try and mix it up a bit again and also try and find a 2-2 going to grasslands. Yusuru, do you have your hope for Cope?
My hope's there. I want to see a grasslands first of all, but I think if Return of the Cope wins this one, it could shatter some of the mental of the some of the players on Zodiac. Going up 2-0 in such a dominating fashion, and then for Return of the Cope to come back and just slowly battle their way back, like inch by inch in that last match, and then if they win this one too, like Zodiacs, they could lose some of their mental. You know, going 5 games and the way you start out like that, I don't know. Like
Yeah.
if Zodiacs wants to win this one, they got to do what they were doing in the first two, play aggressive and play smart, and just trust in the comp that they had. You know,
Yeah.
I think what I saw from this one is that their heroes were getting a little too overzealous, jumping a little bit too far ahead or a little bit outside of their unit ball, and it was getting them caught out by the maneuvering units from Return of the Cope. So like their faster units, whether it be Wu Wei, Cav, some of those paladins or like men at arm type units. So I think that kind of hurt Zodiacs, and then they weren't able to dive the flames from Sig while they had those that unit advantage, and that really is what brought them back into the game for Return of the Cope, was keeping those flames safe and letting the
Yeah.
flames go on as we head into the next match.
Exactly
Here we
that. I
go.
thought that was the way it was going to go as well. I felt like it was the Return of the Copes game to lose for sure with the deficit, but they've got themselves back into it now, looking for an attack here on Zodiac's mental. Might be a little bit shattered already from that attack. And now they just have to just reset it, go back to square one, and start from there. The Cope are just looking to think about this is 0-0, and they just need to win this game. They don't have to care about it going into that final grasslands potential. But Alpha, units and numbers, so it's going to be quick. Yanyadel, lots of cavalry out here again for both sides. Good luck for the cast and good luck to both teams. Zodiacs looking to win it. Cope looking to take it to grasslands. Here we go.
I mean, I'm not liking the amount of Cav that Return of the Cope is bringing, but then again, I believe Falcos are banned, and I think Lion Roars are banned too. So
Oh,
not much you
yes.
can do on the anti-tower strat here. So I think Return of the Cope is banking that they can get this A point at some point within the match and show that like, hey, we're gonna do to you what we just did, and we're gonna use a lot of Cav.
Oh, yes. Or they're hoping at least that they will be able to break through the gate, as it seems like the Zodiacs are also falling back to the endpoint. I wouldn't have expected that one to happen in the finals, as we can already see the first units running back, but still some more staying in the front. So I'm not really sure what's the plan for Zodiacs here right now, as they're building culverins far in the back, trying to take down those siege towers.
Yeah, I've seen some of these kind of like positions before in previous tournaments when I went back and watched some of them. So they're just trying to find some really safe spots for their culverins. I think they brought too many units back there, because if one of these towers do land and then you have to run forward from the back of the map with 4 or 5 heroes, regardless if it's just a one tower push, that's still going to be rough for the side of Zodiac. Like you're going to have to get there in time. This tower is already pretty close. They do have Culverin shooting it, but it still could possibly land.
Oh, yes. There are some more culverin shots hitting this tower, but it will take... Oh, that one hit the wall. It will take 2 more, but that's the tower already mounted, and that means Zodiacs, they have failed in their strat to take down those towers.
Yeah, that's not something you want to see here. From Zodiac's already making that one misstep of getting a tower very low and then having it land It's something that every little thing is going to weigh on their minds going into this last, like possibly last match. So the pressure right now is on both teams. Cope needs to win. Zodiacs, I guarantee you, does not want to go to grasslands. So it's pressure's on. So you can already see the pressure weighing on Zodiacs here a little bit. Is Return of the Cope gonna have enough pressure to force Zodiacs into a couple more mistakes for them to take a point?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm still not sure what exactly will happen here. It seems like Return of the Cope is neither, as they are going to the supply point, and they they're looking for new units here, it feels like. But at the moment, I just see a ton of heroes from Return of the Cope going to that right-hand side of the map now, returning from that side. And it feels like they're not really sure.
I think they were just trying to get some artillery down over there, but there was a short bow and a musket player, I believe, over on that side. It might have been something different, but they were just killing artillery pieces. We're gonna see Zodiacs be a little bit more disciplined now with the towers. That tower is already super low. I don't know if they're gonna just kill it early and keep it down, or if they're gonna let it get closer. If I was Return to the Cope here and I saw that tower get that low, I would use one of the pieces of the starting arty to just shoot my own tower and get it down to try to push it once more. But all of the artillery from Zodiacs is safe all the way in the back there, unless someone can get a decent angle from the top of the tower or trying to get in the city and either diving the artillery or just finding some other spot. We do see a couple of heroes from Return of the Cope get up on the wall, so they will have the opportunity to treb some of this arty or even dive some all the way in the back of the map. So, or they could just go pressure B point and just sit on that and just start pulling some more of the heroes away from the A point for Return of the Cope to get some space up on a wall somewhere.
Oh yes, and I got, as we don't have too much going on in the match right now, the information, the winner of our giveaway, our previous giveaway, is not anymore in the chat. So we will do another one. And you have another chance to win those 99 treatiles. And just for that, spam 99, just the number 9, and afterward another 9 in the chat. And then you are taking part already. And a random winner will be chosen from you guys in the chat.
Yep. I don't really like what's going on here. It's 6 minutes left. I know Return of the Cope has some artillery placed down on the ground to really try to pressure the units from Zodiacs, but I'm hoping this other tower can land, because if it doesn't, it's gonna spell some trouble for Return of the Cope. It looks like Zodiacs is gonna be fully prepared for this A-hold here, and they're probably gonna put all their eggs in the basket for this A-hold. Something we need to see from Return of the Cope, they need to kill some of these heroes early in this next engagement, and some of their heroes need to just go in with the cav and prevent their respawners from getting back onto A point. But we already see a unit of Phalanx going down to hold the gate from Commissar. Oh, Return of the Cope is making a go for broke play. They're all going in the gate. Every single one of them are just rushing the gate right now instead of going up one of these towers.
Oh yes, and they are being intercepted by the Zodiacs going full in with the Spartans, and that could be devastating. Yanudaus trying to get through, but the flames are there, and the Phalanx is as well. So right now, Zodiacs, they are looking strong. Of course, a big blob is going towards that B point. Phalanx in the gate will just stop any hope of cavalry getting through. And with that one, the rest of the Zodiacs will rotate towards this B point and try to fight there for a bit more time. You can see already 2 of the shield players going there, trying to block the point as long as possible. One is being sticked and killed. The other one will step on the point a second time. But will it be enough? Probably not.
This is going to be rough for both sides. If either side misplays their units the wrong way, they can come out on the side of a losing hero or unit advantage. We do see Return of the Cope does capture the point. They did capture that supply back there and pull some cavalry as well. And it doesn't look like Zodiacs has any anti-cav in the back here, so their flames are just going to get hit by the cav immediately and it looks like they're just going to get enveloped by all of the units from the supply back here from Return of the Cope, and the cavalry is just wreaking havoc all over Zodiacs.
Oh yes, once again, Return of the Cope, just full use of the cavalry, and they are just doing absolutely fantastic with it. This is exactly what we want to see for this match, and it seems like Return of the Cope is taking a bit of a lead unit-wise as well. They have taken a good trade. Zodiac still up 100 tier 5 units, but down 200 tier 4 units, and that's just massive.
Yeah, the difference there is going to be all of the purple cav that Return of the Cope has brought into this match, and all of the green cav that Return of the Cope has brought into this match as well. They're going to get both points almost in a similar fashion, having a little bit of a lead, just like Zodiac's had. But is Zodiac's going to be disciplined enough to fight back from a unit disadvantage as we go on to this home point?
Oh yes, we can see Return of the Cope is now setting up in the front. They're going to that frontal supply point, not immediately towards the back. I would have expected them to set up maybe a bit more artillery in the back. Zodiacs themselves, they have still their default culverin, not default, sorry, their built culverins for the towers standing on that wall. You can see them being used here to just shoot 1 or 2 units, and they might be useful if Return of the Cope sets up some artillery on top there, but Return of the Cope has figured out those culverins are still in place and are now slowly rotating to the right-hand side of the walls, and will probably place some traps there. Sorry, not traps, of course, mortars.
Yep, we're gonna see probably something. Zodiacs is coming out of the home point. It looks like they want to fight over here towards the captured B point here. Return of the Cope is not really super prepared for this quite yet. They are trying to get organized for this fight, and now Zodiacs is trying to run backwards and get back inside the home point. It does look like they were looking for some sort of unit engagement here, but Return of the Cope did rotate fast enough and organize themselves in a fast enough manner. But Zodiacs looks like they're not done yet. They do want to engage this, and I don't think this is the best plan for Zodiac coming out into a trebleable position like this.
Oh yes, you can see the trap already flying in the flames as well, and that's just pure devastation for Zodiacs. They are not prepared for that kind of defensive setup from Return of the Cope. The
This is
cavalry is going
looking
in
like it's in the
phalanx now.
favor of Zodiacs, though. Zodiacs
Yes,
is
still.
really cleaning house.
That I thought those flames have to be enough, but the Spartans are just tanking those, and the phalanx is now there for the Zodiacs, and that's just a clean victory from the Zodiacs going into unit lead. And I just was so sure Zodiacs would lose it against those flames, but then on the supply point,
this is not looking good for Return of the Cope whatsoever here, and it does look like they're going to lose all of these units on the supply point as well, because the respawners are not going to get back here in time. It's all going to come down to, can these trebs do a decent amount of damage on the way out as some of their heroes die on this supply. It does look like a treb is going to land and kill some units, but it's not going to be enough. Return of the Cope now being on the receiving end of the unit disadvantage once again, and they are just going to be down by almost 300 T5 units.
Oh yes, and that's almost only Spartans and Phalanx and Reapers. Okay, I see some Reapers as well, but those 3 are just crazy strong units, and I think going up against those with almost only tier 4 units will be really hard. We will still have some cavalry for Cope, which is great, but then infantry wise, I don't see a shot for them here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there's enough infantry on their side either. They're gonna have a lot of cav left, and whatever gold units they have, it's not gonna be enough. As we look at the side of Zodiacs, almost every single player having a gold unit out. Couple players with green, couple with purple, but massively in the favor of gold infantry on the side of Zodiacs. And Return of the Cope was not able to take out those phalanx either, so they have at least 2 more units of phalanx on the map on home point right now.
Oh yes, I think even 3 there, if I was not mistaken, but I could be mistaken there. I think, yeah, it's 3 units of failing. So the cavalry is great. And I think Return of the Cope will have 1 or 2 maybe come in from good directions, but then you've mentioned before the failings, they are just still there. They will turn around eventually and wipe the cavalry. Even if the cavalry will take some opening kills, they will be wiped out too quickly to really completely wipe the defense, as we've seen Cope do in their defense with their attack, just wiping them with the cavalry.
Once again, it's going to come down to the final flames from Return of the Cope to help carry their infantry side of the fight. And then if their cavalry players can get good enough charges to avoid the failings. We saw them do a decent enough job in the match previously with their cavalry, kill the anti-cav and whatnot, but are they going to make the same choices again and be able to avoid the failings? I don't know if they'll be able to. It all depends on Zodiacs and how their players are macroing their units going on to the home point. And this is just going to be a hard fought battle for both sides coming on to this home point, because I don't think Zodiac's brought specialty once again.
Oh yes, and the, the problem without bringing specialty is, of course, dealing with other specialty, because you either have to jump the special units, like the flames, or you have to bring your own specials, like Coco's incendiary archers or Shenji, and nothing of that being possible apart from incendiary archers, as the bands are also Shenji grenadiers and Cicadian militia. So you would have to bring your own flames. It feels like Zodiacs don't like bringing flames, even though on Harbor City their flames were massive. They just carried the whole push. But right now, Return of the Cope is using that one piece of artillery that immediately kills almost every single unit. That's just mass ballistas.
Yeah, and now we're seeing some of the cavalry from the side of Zodiac sally out and try to get that unit of flames killed on the side of Return of the Cope, but I don't think they were able to find them. And now that's another hero lost for the side of Zodiacs, and Return of the Cope is going to make a play after that hero pick, and they have a bunch of ballistas set up to try to pick more heroes off, or even the horse mounts off from the side of Zodiacs. But Zodiacs is getting very aggressive here, saying that they don't want to give any room to the side of Return of the Cope. As I'm at your walls has his flames go in, they are in a very bad spot, and they just get obliterated by the Cav here.
Oh, but the cavalry for Return of the Cope is great. And that one got very much further than it should have gotten. And like that, that is just a sea of red. And I think that all to those 2 units of cavalry that were going in, but still more reinforcements coming from Zodiacs. But still, massive push from Return of the Cope, and the unit lead, once again, I think, into their favor.
Yeah, the unit lead is slightly in the favor of Return of the Cope here, and I think this is the last unit of failings from the side of Zodiacs. I don't think they're going to have any more anti-cav that can get back to this point. Now it's just going to come down to, can their heroes dance long enough on this home point for their reinforcements to try to get here, and it doesn't look like that's going to be possible, as Return of the Cope is just killing anything and everything, and the only anti-cav that's left are these blue halberdier units.
Oh yes, there's a sea of blue coming through that gate, but also a trap already being called into that position, hitting once, probably hitting 2 or 3 more times, but one time into the back of Return of the Cope. And right now, Zodiacs are still managing to stay on that endpoint with 1 or 2 heroes all the time, so the infantry could come through if they manage to break through, but oh
I
no,
don't
the
think
heroes
so.
are
There's
just
only
being
3
dealt
heroes
with.
left from Zodiacs. Only 4
And
heroes
that's
alive from Zodiacs
shame.
right now. This is
Oh,
going to
and
be a
that means
grasslands.
we are going to Grasslands for a 3rd time today. APAC Games going to Grasslands in the final. EU going to Grasslands in the final. And AMS as well.
The hope for the Cope is alive. The reverse sweep is also alive as we head into this team stats page. On the side of Return of the Cope, we have Lou once again getting the MVP from their side, going 3, 1, and 9. 145 unit kills, 1600 troop kill score, followed by I'm in your brim, going 1, 0, and 6 with 120 unit kills. just below 1500 troop kill score as we head to the side of Zodiacs.
Yeah, and Zodiacs have Xandris as the MVP. Beautiful 1.1k triple score with the 90 unit kills he achieved. Then Ubershell with 3 hero kills, and that's most hero kills for his side. So once again, hero kills being a massive downfall for the losing side.
And as we see from this post-battle analysis page, we did see Zodiacs take an early, pretty decent unit trade that was good for their side, and then it immediately flipped after that unit trade back on B point, and then Return of the Cope said, enough is enough. We're going to take this back into our favor, and we're done playing by your rules in this set of matches in the finals today, and we're going to play by our rules and force you to go to grasslands against.
Yeah, I mean, we can see this. We were able to see the second unit trade heavily in the favor of Zodiacs, but the last one just not there, even though Zodiacs had the unit lead.
I see you
Yeah.
shaking your head back and forth there, Mark. What are you
I,
thinking?
I'm just sitting watching this, and I feel like Zodiacs has thrown away two massive leads in terms of unit quality and numbers, and all of a sudden, Return of the Cope doesn't matter. They're like, right, we'll go into this battle in the final opportunities to push towards home or hold that home defense, and we'll go in with our final backs against the wall and hope for the best. And you know what? The Return of Hope have won the 2 rounds in a row. And funny enough, both teams have lost their own maps like picks. It's very strange. We don't see this very often, and it is
No.
strange to see it going this way towards that grasslands. And for you say as well, Alpha, it is the third grasslands in a row. Every single grand final going the distance just shows this is first and second for a reason, and there's a reason we're going to grasslands to settle the debt. That being said, the giveaway for the last competition of the evening goes to People Div. Well done. Congratulations. Reach out to Brother Ruda on Discord or in Twitch chat just to get the information. And you maybe have to get your information back forward and get your trees involved. But ladies and gents, a grasslands decider, two teams who now cope have definitely got their hopes behind them, and all of that copium is definitely right back in them. Can they take that through in towards Zodiacs onto that grasslands finale, or is Zodiacs going to be able to muster something back up? Because at the moment, your mental must be shot through that window or maybe shot through that tread, because all of a sudden they have just lost and fell apart when they've had the number advantage, the hero advantage at times as well. But it is just too good here for the Return of the Cope to somehow swift the battle right into their favor. Korn was massive in that game again. Another 9 hero kills is that Scimitar class. He's just been everywhere and everywhere. And he was my old liege over on the NA side. And I stick by my liege. I've got a feeling that Cope have all of a sudden found their niche and now all of a sudden got themselves back into this. This could be the reverse sweep for that finals and the win of this CBL 2025 AMS. Yasuru, Alpha, what do we think? Grasslands, Yasuru, where are we going?
I gotta hope for the Cope here. I gotta go for it. The reverse sweep is something you always love to see in some of these competitive esports type things. So I'm hoping for that reverse sweep. And with it going to grasslands and Return of the Cope showing that their Cav players have been on point today and playing a lot better than Zodiac's Cav players, I think this kind of leans into the favor of Return of the Cope unless Zodiacs decides, okay, you guys want to play Cav, we're going to bring 10 Phalanx into this and see what you guys do to that. But, you know, it's kind of the mind games. You never know what could happen here. Zodiacs could turn around and flip it and be like, all right, we're bringing 1,000 unit models worth of cavalry. Or they could flip it around and be like, all right, we're bringing 800 unit models of anti-cav. And then you never know.
Well, we've seen it in the decider for the EU one. It was a very quick 5-minute wash for here for Yeah Buddy. And you know what? There's the deciding factor of that win. It came down to the use of their flames. I feel like it depends which of these two teams is going to bring flames and use them to their best of their ability. They're definitely devastating against both of them phalanx units and any other potential units that will come out infantry wise, because it's just stun for days. And if you use your phalanx well to protect them and your heroes, you're making sure that you've got that chance. Alpha, where are you sitting here now with this game? I'm going the Cope as well. So that's 2-1 so far for the reverse sweep in hand. Alpha, are you still sticking with any of these two teams individually, or are you going to go for a full sweep across the board and all Cope?
I will stick with the 3-2 for Zodiacs. I said it in the beginning. I will stick to it. And even though Zodiacs didn't manage to deal with the cavalry. I feel like Return of the Cope will have the problem with their flames. They love their flames, and on grasslands, I think Gabby can bring flames very effectively. I'm not sure if Return of the Cope can do the same.
Yeah, well, I
So
mean,
here's
maybe
the
Yeah
thing that
Buddy's
I've
taught
noticed.
Zodiacs on grasslands potentially, because if they have, they might do the same strategy that Yeah Buddy pulled off against Why So Serious. It could be.
Here's the thing that I've noticed about the differences from EU and NA on grasslands. For EU, it's typically whichever side can play their infantry and specialty better will win the map. But on the NA side, it's who can play their cavalry and anti-cavalry better will win the map. NA usually is super heavy on cavalry on these field maps. And you see it, you saw it it was either last season or the season before in ranked when we had field maps on grasslands. All the NA players were like, "Oh, I want to go triple cav," and then you saw the EU players trying to play some form of infantry comp, and it was a weird balance. And now it's two NA teams going against each other. You kind of want to see, is it going to be the same thing as always?
I can't lie. I think too much cav is too much of an oversight. You don't ever want to bring too much cavalry to what potentially could be an
Mm-hmm.
infantry battle. I feel like infantry are slower. Yes, they get around the map slower, a lot harder for them to kind of set up position. But when they're set up and ready, there's very difficult ways for cavalry to break them down. There's no charge that there is going to get straight through all these units of phalanx. An easy task. It's definitely a difficult thing to do. And most of these times in these EU versus NA comp fight battles, it tends to go the way of the EU. So maybe they've picked up a few extra opportunities going into this one because EU always seems to get the upper hand. Not going to write the NA side off. They do like their cavalry, but I do feel that sometimes it works, but it's hit or miss with your cavalry charges. You just get slightly unlucky with the right turn, the wrong turn, the wrong sort of distance to the charge that comes out. All of a sudden, it changes the swing of the game. Whereas infantry, you're pretty much up close and personal. You've got more opportunity to maneuver quicker because they're slower pace. You're already keeping track with them. Whereas with your cavalry, you could be roaming a wee bit further ahead of your cavalry. Where you are positioned, your cavalry aren't. And it just affects how your charge comes off. So it's a little bit clever plays for sure. That's what it's going to come down to in the grasslands here. I'm hoping we're going to get a really close battle this time round. We're not going to see like a Yeah Buddy 5 minute job. That would not be great. But both teams are definitely going to be up against it because Copium that is going to be brought from that last battle is definitely in the favour of the Cope side. They've got 2 games in a bounds. They're going to that grasslands. A reverse sweep high in their mindset. The motivation is definitely going to be high, and Zodiacs are going to be hit. It's like they've been winded, punched in that stomach, and now having to try and get their air back into their sails if they can. And they're going to try and win this tournament right here, right now. It's on the edge. We've both got it going the way of the Cope side. The return of the Cope could have all the hope in the world and still lose out here to the Zodiacs. It's just about getting the mental back if you're the Zodiacs. Do you feel like they've got it back, Alpha, for sure? Do you think it's going to be a difficult start or depend on your side if they're going to be able to swing it back quickly and just reset completely?
They are a top tier team, so mental shouldn't be that much of a problem. It's still 2-2. It's nothing lost, nothing won. We are now effectively in a best of one, and I think Zodiacs, their mental will not be too much down.
I mean,
Well,
both, I wouldn't say both teams have um, battled back from the unit deficit today. Like, you sure Zodiacs kind of put it back into their favor for that last match, but they didn't ultimately win it out. Uh, I think this is going to come down to whoever wins the first unit engagement because your units are so much more important on grasslands. But with how Return of the Cope has battled back from a unit disadvantage multiple times today, um, I think this kind of just leans more into their favor right now. Um, I know Zodiacs has been playing better than Return of the Cope overall inside of like the big ball fights and how aggressive they've been on taking engagements. Um, so I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens, but I still think it's going to be an interesting one.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a coin flip map, and it's definitely going to be a coin flip between these two sides. Both teams looking good on both their respective, well, opposition's maps, funny enough. Strangely enough, but
Oh,
Grasslands is the neutral zone. We're going to neutral. We're going to see what the units will be bringing. You're going to see Orochi Samurai, Saladars, potentially a lot more cavalry. But on the side of Zod and Zodiacs here, they're not looking as much cavalry in comparison to the Return of the Cope. And they all love their cavalry, especially Karn. And he'll be flying about that map as quickly as possible. Take it away, gents, for our final decider here on Grasslands. Both teams looking to settle that first place and become our CBL 2025 champions.
I'm
oh
liking the
yes.
comp from Zodiacs a lot more, I'm not gonna lie. But I do think if Return of the Cope can get a couple of those ranged units online, then those phalanx aren't gonna stand a chance. So we had about
Oh
6
yes.
phalanx on the side of Zodiacs, and we had, I think, 1 on the side of Return of the Cope and some camels. So Return of the Cope really leaning into their I want Cav, I want to fly around the map and, you know, do something weird. We do see Zodiacs is going to go for the A and C point, whereas Return of the Cope is fully committing on trying to flip this map, it looks like. Um, I don't know if Return of the Cope has the comp to hold out on the C point, and I think they're just going to try to capture this supply um, and just hold that for themselves. But Return of the Cope pulling away from the A point, it looks like, just to capture B so they don't end up getting triple capped, it looks like. And it does seem as though they are sending units all the way to the Zodiac's home point as well. I don't know what they are thinking here, but we do see the units finally starting to go towards this A point, and I don't know, this is looking very interesting. Return of the Cope is hoping for the chaos. Zodiac's also hoping for the chaos. They aren't going to get the 8 point cap as they stopped the cap, and now they're starting to get some of their units up here. They're getting their cavalry up here. They're going to start coming in from multiple different angles to catch these camels and Orochi out. And it does not look like these camels and Orochi are going to be enough as they just flood the point with companion cav, green cav, everything. They're going to take the 8 point, but are they going to lose B point before they can even start the cap on the home point?
The A point, that one is lost, but C, that C point is capped before
Oh, the
B
triple
point
cap.
falls, and that's 1.48% in the favor of Cope, and that's just a massive difference. And with that one, also the endpoint of Return of the Cope is still closed, so nobody can step on that one. And it seems like the infantry is there for Return of the Cope to at least delay that capture a bit longer. Cavalry
And
is
the
coming in
respawners are
for
coming back
support,
in.
and that's just massive. Spartans dealing with the cavalry pretty quickly, but the point is probably being blocked. It takes around a fourth of the point to block it, and
The
that one has
phalanx
been
taking the
achieved.
run all the way from spawn to get back to C point here. And it's going to take infantry and only infantry to take this point because there are enough phalanx left on the point. They are going to spin around and get onto this companion cav unit. It does not look like that's going to look to be in the favor of Return of the Cope. Return of the Cope is also fighting over B point right now, trying to go for another triple cap, and it does look like they are winning the B point. They're going to get that triple cap once again if no one from the side of Zodiacs can get back on the point. But Zodiacs does fully re-engage the point here to prevent the side of Return of the Cope from capping. Return of the Cope does lose C, so hopefully they have someone on the point at home so that way they don't lose out. But the units are slowly just flowing into the favor of
And they're
Zodiacs here,
losing
and they are
A.
losing A point. Is it going to be a reverse triple cap here? And it does look like that's going to be the case because it doesn't look like any of the heroes are going to get to A point fast enough.
Oh, like I said, a fourth is needed, and that should be it.
Just barely
Companion Cav
enough.
going in. That's, oh my goodness, so much chaos everywhere. I'm very sorry that we can't cover every single fight here, but we will just try to stick with the major ones. And I think a major fight is maybe now going to that supply point as Return of the Cope is probably backing off here. You can see Phalanx still there, but the Spartans will take care of the Phalanx.
They
And the
need to
supply
back up.
point,
They're losing way too many units right here. Return to the Cope is just getting like they do have the cap and they're preventing any more caps from happening, but they're losing too many units in the process, and now Sig is now running for his life as a dual blade, trying to find somewhere safe. Return of the Cope holding on to that A point. I don't think they have any anti-cav up there, so the cav is going to come through and start just walloping this point here, because it's only Halbs and Spartans, and there's 3 units of cav.
Oh yes, the halberdiers though will do some great work here against the cavalry, but you can see just cavalry going around the back, going into the back of those units, but the Spartans and the cavalry from Return of the Cope are there to prevent the capture, and at the moment Cope is holding on still, but as you mentioned before, 100 sorry, almost 400 unit difference, and you can see it here, 200 units more of tier 5 against the almost 50 more in tier 4 for Cope, so huge lead for Zodiacs, and they are looking for that end cap.
They are looking for the end cap right now. There has to be enough heroes to hold on to that A point. Return of the Cope is just so separated from each other right now that it's going to be very painful for them to try to hold this out. But if they can start chipping away at the units that are trying to push away on home point here, they can hopefully try to level out the unit trade. But you got to remember, Return of the Cope did not bring many anti-cav units, so they're going to be hurting in every engagement they take. And now the guns that they brought to help kill the phalanx are being dove by a longsword. But it does look like this small unit engagement will go slightly in the favor of Return of the Cope. What
And that
direction
means
is Return of the Cope going to go in now? They are recapturing the C point, but they do have respawners going and members from supply turning for C. So this is looking like Zodiacs is going to retain their spot on C point, and Gilcho is probably going to lose his life for this play.
Oh yes, A point also still in a fight, but the major movement from Return of the Cope is going towards C, and I'm not sure if Zodiacs are prepared for that one, as there are 2 units of Spartans going into the phalanx of Zodiacs, and you know what? Phalanx usually doesn't do too much against Spartans, but they once again, the muskets have been killed by the cavalry, and with that one, still favor into the favor of Zodiac's heroes.
This was not a good engagement from Return of the Cope, I don't think, because they knew there was about 4 or 5 people that went up to the C point to help make sure it didn't get capped. They used their Spartans to try to kill the phalanx some point. They were killing the phalanx, but then the cav happened to come in from the back. This is going to be a very hard fight for Return of the Cope to win. They are outnumbered on heroes. I understand that there are phalanx on the point and the Spartans are doing well, but the cav does get stopped by I'm in your brim using his longsword ultimate, so that goes very in the favor of Return of the Cope. It does look like they're going to start winning the supply, but the reinforcements from Zodiacs are coming in. But the unit trade has been evened out. It's only 100 units in the favor of Zodiacs, and we've seen time and time again that Return of the Cope can fight with a disadvantaged unit trade. And it does look like they're going to get this supply back and possibly take C point back.
Oh yes, the A point is still being fought on. Only 1 unit of camels up there and a unit of Yanidaos not even on the way. So that point might be good to take for Zodiacs, but the C point in the meanwhile will be captured from Return of the Cope. And will it be fast enough? I think so. A point about to change the owner. But as you mentioned before, the unit lead is going back into the favor of Return of the Cope, or at least even. I mean, it's 218 1-star units for Zodiacs, and that's just
too many grays. It's way too many grays. This is looking like it's going to go in the favor of Return of the Cope, and they are going to be back-to-back AMS CBL champs.
Oh, we never know. Another great calf charge going through and trying to get something at least. We see another hero from Cope dying, and a bit more cavalry going to the point, trying to block it, but that one is for Zodiacs right now. And
There's
that
only
means
3 minutes left, though, and Return of the Cope is going for this B point. If they can cap
yeah.
it, their home point won't be at risk. They have 9 seconds to cap it, but it doesn't look like their heroes were paying attention enough to that. So they are not going to cap it in time before the retake for their home point being at risk for another 120 seconds.
Oh yes, and now the cavalry from Zodiacs will come to the B point and assist their units of Spartans. But there are just so many Spartans from Return of the Cope, and still only 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. So Return of the Cope, they have the time advantage, and Zodiacs have to move on from that one.
And I mean, Zodiac's still on the back foot here. They don't have any of the home point captured. Big cav charge coming in from Return of the Cope, killing the Spartan unit, or at least killing most of it. And now we see Zodiacs trying to come in with their Silidars, with their Spartans, with the cav. All Return of the Cope has to do is prevent a triple cap and prevent their home point from being touched. I don't know why they're trying to fight up here, probably because of the distance factor. But we see another unit of Cav trying to come in from the back, but it gets somewhat stopped by a unit of Rattan pikemen or a gray unit of pikes. But Return of the Cope loses this engagement pretty heavily here. So this is not looking that promising for Return of the Cope, but Zodiacs doesn't have a lot of time.
Oh, yes, and that means Zodiacs are straight going towards the endpoint of the Return of the Cope. That's almost the only hope. A triple cap is almost impossible, but that's
only
only
8 heroes left.
That's only half a unit of Spartans on that endpoint being supported, being supported by a full unit of Spartans now. That could be enough. 1 minute and 17 seconds. But remember, it only takes 1.5 seconds on that endpoint, and that could be it. All the hopes gone for Cope, but also only 1 minute left to prevent anyone from Zodiac staying on that point alone. And that means Zodiacs, they're just immediately going in with the units. Silidars, not going in yet.
C point could get capped here as well.
Oh yes, C point being captured, being interrupted now, but the Silidars are now on the endpoint and they are doing quick work off that Spartans. Companion cavalry also going on. I'm at your wall is bringing in new Spartans, but will they be dealt with in a seconds? Probably yes. 30 more seconds. C point still at risk. And also this endpoint, only Spartans on it. Another hero from Cope is coming. The chain that we can see is dashing backwards onto the point, but only 3 more heroes alive. Make that 2. That's only 2 heroes.
Oh my
15
God.
seconds. Endpoint is the only point. That's 1 sliver on that endpoint, and that's
That's
Zodiacs
the game.
taking the advantage with only 10 seconds left. Zodiacs getting themselves into the champions of the AMS side of things in the CBL. 10 seconds. That's all it took for the Zodiacs to take it home. And do you already see who's the MVP for the champions here? It is nobody else than Pyan, our, also, I would say, casting colleague.
Yep, as we go into the victor side of things for Zodiacs, we have Pyan going 8-2-2 with 138 unit kills, just below 1800 troop kill score, followed by Zedris going 3-2-10 with 76 unit kills, 940 troop kill score, 297 support points. If we go down a little bit further, we have Garga getting 9 hero kills, 1 death, 3 assists, 85 unit kills, 952 troop kill score, killing a lot of cavalry. As we go into the side of Return of the Cope, we have I'm in Your Brim going 5-1-4 as a longsword, getting 169 unit kills, just below 2,000 troop kill score, just wasn't enough. And below him, we have Kevin P going 0-3-8, 148 unit kills, killing over 60 unit models worth of phalanx and an entire unit of Spartans himself. 148 unit kills, 2,000 troop kill score, 200 support points as we head into the post-battle analysis.
Oh yes, and we can just see it back and forth. First of all, Zodiacs taking a bit of a lead as we see the death count going up a bit higher for Return of the Cope. Just fights everywhere. You can just see it. Fight on A, fight on C, fight on the endpoint now. And that fight on the endpoint was massive for Return of the Cope. You can just see the spike in troop kills from Zodiacs, but then in the end, we can see it here. Numbers evened up. Return of the Cope losing a bit more again. I think, as I said it already, as they were on the B point, the push onto B was just bad.
Yeah, I think they really should have just held back. They only had time to worry about at that point. You send your people to C. A couple of people who have any unit a cav left can rotate between C and home point to help protect that supply, and then you send people to home point as well. And then that way, you have reinforcements that can get to you. I get the possibility of engaging on B and then trying to just keep them as far away from the home point as possible, but in that kind of scenario, if you just lose kind of one-sided there, you just lose the game, and that's exactly what happened. They lost the home point with seconds to spare. They only had a couple more seconds to survive, and then they could have just won the game. But all it took was Zodiac's getting on point for, what was it, 3 seconds, 4 seconds? There was only 7 seconds left in the battle when they got the tick going on home point. So, still not the worst decision to fight on B because it almost worked out, but I don't know.
There we go. Ladies and gents, pie and diff is what I'm going to say there. That is the difference in the end. Ladies and gents, it went down to 10 seconds. Return of the Cope almost had it in the bag, and the hero difference was the difference maker. 13 versus 6 is a hard old task. They almost did it as well. The heroes were just getting back on to defend that home point. It wasn't to be the case. The reverse sweep was denied. The Zodiacs finally got their mental right and made sure they didn't lose when they had the advantage in numbers and units. Eventually, it worked out. It was looking really risky in the end. I felt like they were waiting too late. The timer was ticking. It was in red, and Return of the Cope were still defending on B, and there was no way for anything from Zodiacs. But they managed to finish it out and close out the series in the end, and they are now your new champions. I was almost ready to say the return of the cup, but it's definitely not the return of the cup. They'll be returning that back onto the Zodiac's hand. Payan, your master of disguise, he'll be making sure he'll be the one to be gloating in the background as he does go on to win the series with his side, and everybody else. It was just far too nice from Zodiacs. And I think we just have to say, leaving it that late puts us all in a bit of a worry. We don't know what was going to go down. We were watching so many things happening across that grasslands. It could have been anywhere. We're trying to watch A, we're trying to watch B supply points, we're trying to watch everything. I know for you guys watching, it's very difficult to understand and comprehend. And it's same for us. Like, we're watching the same as what you're seeing. Remember that it is so much harder to see if you're looking at ants from a really high sky perspective. But in that case, when they're fighting everywhere, you've just got to pay attention to the most dominant fight that's happening on the battlefield. And that's what we did. And you know what? Fair play to Zodiacs. The Return of the Cope came out strong, firing at the start. That early cap, I felt like they had the bag sorted, and the reverse sweep was there. You see it, where prediction was wrong. It wasn't going to be the Return of the Cup going the way to Cope. Outfit, you got your 3-2 prediction right, and well and truly gifted in there. Gents, I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the CBL so far. For every single one of these regional battles, the grand finals have been every single one grassland finales to end out. Yasura, have you got any final words before we close out the stream?
I'm just gonna say GG's to all sides considered. We saw Cope battle back multiple times. Zodiacs finally found a winning concept for them to battle back from being from behind on the grasslands when it counted in the final match of the day. They came out swinging today. It's probably the best we've seen them play the entire tournament because they looked kind of weak in some stages of the tournament, and then they found their winning formula. That's all I could say. Like, kudos to them. And then I don't remember how exactly the format goes between NA and EU, but
Don't worry, we'll let you know in just a second. Alpha, have you got any final words yourself?
I just wanna congratulate our winners, of course. Yeah, buddy, and Zodiacs. And I just can't wait to see them fight each other in the cross region battles, but also thanks to all of the teams competing in the CBL, because of course you were not able to make it that far, sadly, but still you competed, and I want to see every single team competing again in the next CBL.
Exactly that. GG to every team that has taken part across all the regions. Without you guys, there is no tournament, and that is the main thing. There's no chance for winning these big, massive battles and taking it to the distance. We said it there. Ralph has mentioned it. It is cross-region battles up next, which means EU versus NA. It's all on the line. Yeah, buddy. Up against Zodiacs. We're going to see the Western side taking their battles as well against each other. They'll get to see who comes out on top. And then eventually, whoever wins these two individual cross-region ones, they'll be facing off against each other as well for what will be the grand finale overall between the multi-regions. Who is the best in CBL across the world? That's what we're going to decide soon enough. But is EU greater than any? We're going to have to find out very soon. Zodiac's looking strong, but yeah, buddy, also just as strong. And they've already been that distance. They've been the team to go towards that cross battle regional multiple times against really, really strong opposition either way. So these are going to be fantastic battles going into it. And I'm hoping forward you're all going to be there to watch it and witness this grand finale between EU and NA first off. And hopefully we'll see us all again back for more casting as well for them battles. Yusuru Alpha, it's been an absolute pleasure to be on the desk alongside yourselves. I hope you've enjoyed the whole region side of things, and hopefully we'll get to enjoy even bigger battles and even stronger battles when we see multi-regional crossovers between the two sides. But till now, until then, enjoy it. GG the winners, and GG to everyone taking part. Thank you in chat as well for being here and supporting the stream and also supporting your teams. We'll catch you next time round.